Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations for being here a little bit early, and congratulations to Gov't over on Twitch for her first comment of the day award. Congratulations, Gov't. Hey, while you guys are here and while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and share this live stream? Share it out on your social media. Do something like that. Let's get the word out a little bit. And all your friends and family can either figure out how tuned in and aware you are to the lies of the mainstream media, or they'll just know how weird you are. Either way, it's about time that they knew the truth. You can also make sure to get connected with everything we got going on. You can find all of our links, become a producer, join the mailing list, follow all sorts of our streaming outlets. You can find all those links at CanaryCry.Party. That's CanaryCry.Party. And if you're watching over on YouTube, why don't you go ahead and hit the like button right now while we're at it. We got a good show for you coming today. We're going to get started in just about 30 seconds. So, we're just going to take this 30 seconds to everybody take a deep breath, make sure we get some snacks. We got to stay hydrated because that's very important too. And I'll remind you, if you haven't done it yet, you should go listen to Ravel. It's a good podcast that I do. Find it on Apple Podcasts. All right, folks, let's get going.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gov't as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is September 27th, 2021. This is episode 394. And today, OCCULTECH Magic. Ask Basil. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gons, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. Basil, you're just a repeating stream of mic stand on the video there.
Oh, that's exciting. You've really taxed your video card over there.
Yeah, it's...
Let me see if I can give you this again. Let's see how this looks. For those who are just listening to the podcast version.
It's not happening.
Apologies.
Oh, there you are.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. Yeah. Well, what is it? It's Monday again, Gons. It's that day again. Mm-hmm. Mondays. Am I right?
Yeah, we Mondays. Hold on, I have the thing here. Yeah, Mondays.
Gary.
Yeah, Mondays.
What day is it? Monday.
There we go.
What a little nice intro to the week here.
Yeah.
Anything exciting happen over the weekend?
Exciting? No, I played some guitar at church. That's about it.
Wow.
It's pretty fun.
It's like the before 4 times, Gons.
I know.
In-person church, singing, super spreading right into the microphone.
Yes.
Spreading your spike proteins across the congregation. Love it.
That's pretty much it. I will just mention real briefly that I did launch the Face Like the Sun Resurrection YouTube channel just a couple hours ago. So it's literally, as of this recording, it just launched. I'm trying to get the link for people. About 75 people subscribed so far. Nothing posted there yet, but I plan to post the Age of Deceit videos, and then maybe do a video once every couple weeks or something, just to get things going again. The old-fashioned Face Like the Sun stuff. But
what's it called? Face Like the Sun Resurrection?
Yep.
Let me see if I can find it.
You're not going to find it.
If you just did it a couple hours ago, it's not going to be available quite yet.
It's not going to be populated in the YouTube algos quite yet.
I see.
Drop the link in the chat, and it'll be in the show notes and stuff. So if you're getting around to it later, hopefully, I think I have to get to, I think it's 100 subs, maybe it's more, to get the link. Right now it's youtube.com/UCUDD60GM. It's like a crazy link right now. So eventually that'll get cleaned up, and I'll have a much easier thing there. But yeah, that's just,
you got 11 new subscribers in the time that it took me to click on the link and then refresh the page. In about 10 seconds, you got 11 new subscribers.
That's how it's done.
There you go, getting back in action, folks. So there, yes, by the time this gets populated on the RSS feed, there should be a searchable Face Like the Sun channel, something like that.
Yeah. If it's 100, it might be 500. I don't know. I don't remember the threshold, but
well,
we'll get there.
Good. Yep. All right. Well, there was something that hit the airwaves just moments before we went live, Gons. Moment we've all been waiting for. Against the science, Biden gets his booster shot on the air.
You know what? Nobody likes you, Booster. Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
And in this case, my goodness, Joe Biden is like a hairy bear monster. This audio is horrible. This is I think it's MSNBC. Yep. And the White House, straight out of the White House here. This aired about 12 minutes ago. Biden receiving his booster shot.
We're going to do our part. We've also given a great deal of funding to COVAX, which is the vehicle that does this. So we have plenty of opportunity to make sure we get everyone in the world to play our part, the largest part in the world of getting everyone vaccinated.
How many Americans need to be vaccinated for us to go back to normal? Like, what is the percentage of total vaccinations that have to be deployed?
Well, I think we get the vast majority, like is going on in some industries and some schools, 97, 98%. I think we got awful close. But I'm not the scientist. But one thing for certain, a quarter of the country can't go unvaccinated, and us not continue to have a problem. We're going to.
So there, I mean, if you can make it out,
things there.
Yeah.
First of all, I'll open up by saying I started watching this when it was first airing, and he's got his shoulder exposed there, and I'm looking at him like, what in the world? Do they have his shoulder blurred out, or is it like a green screen? Like what? Certainly, they wouldn't have gone through the unnecessary effort to green screen his shoulder or something. It is so blurry. And I showed it to you, and I was like, what is going on with his shoulder? You're like, oh, that's his hair. His hairy shoulder Biden. He has got just an incredible amount of fur on his shoulder. It's craziness.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I know, I mean, I've known some hairy guys. Mm-hmm. But it's been a while since I've really gazed my eyes upon a bear-like man of that stature.
We're always keeping our eyes out for the glitches, the chyrons covering the needle. There's example after example of these so-called live vaccinations by political leaders, and there's always frames missing where you can't actually see the needle. There's graphics over the injection site, all very sketchy and suspicious. But in this one, I don't even know if he got vaccinated, Gons. His hair is so thick.
His hair's got vaccinated.
The needle could even penetrate.
Well, plus the needle location looked pretty high. Like it looked like it was in the joint.
It was not in the bicep. It was way up on top of the shoulder. It
looks painful. I mean, if I got a needle in there, that would be like, that's like right in the joint there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't have any evidence. I just don't buy it.
I don't buy it either. It just doesn't look right.
Or he's just got a nice little saline shot, you know.
A sailing shot, or
a little bit more hydrated than he was before.
He's got extra layers of skin for his hairy arm thing there, or maybe they faked some shoulder pads on there to get the injection.
Many options. The other thing that was strange, he was asked about basically herd immunity. I don't think they used the term herd immunity.
Yeah. She said basically, how many people need to get vaccinated in the country to get back to normal was the question.
Yeah, right. And he said 97, 98%, 99%, something like that. Some crazy number, which is basically he's saying like everybody. Yeah. We don't get back to normal until everybody gets vaccinated. But he said, we're getting close. Guns. Yeah. According to usafacts.org, updated September 26th, yesterday, overall 56% of the population has been fully vaccinated. Okay. That's not one shot, not two shots. That's 2 weeks after 2 shots. So I don't know exactly how the math works out in Biden's head, where he thinks 56% is pretty close to 99%. But the fact of the matter is he has no idea what he's talking about, and he doesn't like getting pigeonholed into answering questions. So he just kind of rambles and moves on.
Well, to his credit, he did pass the hot potato over to the scientists. He's like, I'm not a scientist. Yeah. Like, we know, Joe. Yeah. We know you're not a scientist,
we can
Joe.
See that by how you are getting your booster shot on live television after panels, 2 separate panels from the FDA and the CDC said they do not recommend booster shots. Now, for someone of his age, who knows? I guess he could pass, pass the science test as far as CDC and FDA is concerned. But remember, both Rochelle Walensky and what is the FDA woman's name? I forget. Both appointed by Biden, overruled
Bloodwater? No, it wasn't Bloodwater. Something like that.
I forget what it is. But overruled their own panels of scientists to recommend booster shots.
Janet Woodcock. Commissioner Janet Woodcock.
That's what it is, right? Yeah.
That's close to Bloodwater.
Sure. Anywho, so there you go. There's some live breaking news for you on the show here.
Yep.
What else you got?
Well,
where are the aliens?
Apparently, they're being drizzled over Greta there. I don't know if you saw this, Basil. This was being shared around. This is according to yourcelebritymagazine.com.
Oh, good.
Guardian Saturday Mag. The cover has Greta Thunberg just doused it in black goo. It's supposed to be oil. Yeah, it's supposed to be oil, and it's covering one eye, and it's kind of drizzling over the rest of her. And yeah, of course, the commentators are going to be all over this thing. You got the one eye Illuminati thing. You have the black goo. Yeah, some people were, I saw some folks saying like, "Oh, it's like the Matrix. She's being pulled into the Matrix." And it's like, yeah, but the opposite direction. It's more like the Venom. Where the Venom comes down and like takes over.
Like Venom. Yeah, I'm more. Just one detail. It's obviously photoshopped, but where the oil is like coming down over her eye is not closed.
Yeah.
So it's like just oil right in her eye. That's very disturbing. What was I going to say? Oh, I thought it was interesting just bringing her back into the spotlight at all. Mm-hmm. I mean, she's been lying low for almost the whole pandemic, at least a year. She has not been sort of in the spotlight. And of course, she's not 15 anymore or something. She's got to be getting close to 20 years old. So she's, less powerful of a public figure.
Yeah. She's 18 years old right now. So
18.
Yeah, she'll be 19 soon. But I mean, I guess in America at least, adult. So, they can roll out some more of the occultic themes. That's been the pattern too. A lot of with child actors and actresses, they do the more innocent type of stuff early, and then as they are under the control of the mechanism, they go more and more occult openly. Yeah. And this could be the coming out party for that type of thing that we'll see more of.
Well, along those lines, like you said, of course, we know Greta Thunberg has been used as when she was a child, screaming at politicians. That was very powerful. But the
How
pattern,
dare you? We need that ISO. We need to get an ISO of that somewhere, or it's Jingle or something.
The pattern of the Disney child star, for instance, is they do disappear for a couple of years because they have to transition once they turn 18. They have to transition into a sexualized figure. You can't stay the innocent Disney princess, but you can't be because of the nature of just like a birthday. They can't.
Hey, 18, roll them out with the bikini on or something.
Right. They can't go, okay, she's 17 one day and the next day she's 18, so slap a bikini on her and throw her out to twerk. You saw this with Miley Cyrus. You saw this with a number of these Disney child actors. They tend to disappear for a year or two between 17 and 19, where they go through some sort of transformation and they can be brought back out with adult themes. And that'll be interesting to see what they, in the context of the climate crisis activism and things like that. Of course, Greta, during her laying low period, she had a couple weird little moments. Remember in the tabloids, she was wearing that what was it? It was like a Mars shirt, something about like colonize Mars or don't colonize Mars. And she came out talking about like mind control and handlers and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Kind of tongue in cheek. She was trying to be like funny or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of the argument. Like some fringy people were like, whoa, she's like going off script. What's going on here? And then, the justification or the excuse was like, yeah, she's making fun of conspiracy theorists by talking about her handlers and stuff. Anywho, that was like the only thing that we've seen from her in the past, I'll say year, maybe a little over a year. But now she's back on the cover of magazines, covered in black goo.
Yeah, and black goo, if those of you who may not be familiar with what black goo is, it's this theoretical thing called programmable matter, and it's supposed to be, according to esotericism, occultists, it's supposed to be a type of philosopher's stone where you can kind of store demons, or you can. It's like almost a self-aware substance that can theoretically completely consume the world and all that kind of stuff. Right. And it's been used in occult imagery many times over. I remember when Lady Gaga had her music video where
all these celebrities show up at one point or another covered in black goo.
It's just like a thing. It's like a rite of passage almost. They're like, oh yeah. And actually the one music video with Lady Gaga, she actually forms a crown made out of black goo. I think I have the photo here.
Billie Eilish had her own
Billie
black
Eilish
goo.
was the other one I was going to show in a video about like all good girls go to hell or something. She's a fallen angel and she falls into oil, and people are like, oh, it's just oil. She's making a commentary on the environment, and it's like, that's what you normies
song filled with occult lyrics praising the fall of Lucifer. Certainly that would not have any occult connections. You
not
normies.
At all.
Go watch Fox or CNN.
Right, one or the other. But yeah, it's kind of it seems like a rite of passage. It's the same thing as covering one eye, or that kind of thing. So anyway,
and of course, technologically, we know that programmable matter and ferrofluid, the black goo, it's all in laboratories. Like it does exist. It's out in the science. And so, there's a number of references to it, not just in the occult, but in modern science, trying to beckon in the transhuman future.
Yep. And right on theme here, we're going to do one more story, and then we'll launch into the Flippy update. And then I got a big, not big, but just a kind of a breakdown of Cardano.
You do. You've got quite a breakdown here for us.
Yeah, got a lot going on with Cardano.
Okay.
But before I do, just to get into the crypto mood here, this is a story out of Market Insider. And the headline, a hamster has been trading cryptocurrencies in a cage rigged to automatically buy and sell tokens since June, and it's currently outperforming the S&P 500.
I love this.
But yeah, it's not really that surprising to outperform the S&P 500.
Yeah, and time again, it's been proven that a random assortment or like a random index of trading outperforms these. What are they called? The more controlled
the indexes.
The indexes are the.
That's just the name. The list.
Not the shoot. What is it? The one where there's an actual human claiming to have the skills to outperform the market. These
a trader.
No, there's a name for it. These electronically generated trading platforms often outdo it, and it's just a matter of when somebody tells you that they have the skills to outsmart the market, they never do, and a hamster can do better.
There was an octopus doing it too a few weeks or months ago or something.
You're right. Yeah, that was last year or something like that.
Yeah. Just real briefly, not going to read the whole thing.
Thank you. The active ETF.
Okay.
Lucas, me too. Yeah.
Hamster in Germany is redefining, quote, a random walk down Wall Street. Author Burton Malkiel's belief that a blindfolded monkey throwing darts at a stock ticker list in the newspaper could do just as good as a human investment professional. The live-streamed hamster, named Mr. Jocks, has been independently trading a portfolio of various cryptocurrencies since June 12th. And so far, its performance has been impressive. As of Friday, the portfolio was up nearly 24%, according to the Mr. Jocks Twitter feed that documents daily performance.
I gotta follow this hamster's Twitter.
And by the way, Mr. Jocks, named after Mt. Gox, which was the first crypto exchange that was subsequently hacked and put a pretty big dent in the whole crypto development back in, I think it was 2013, 2014, something like that. Mr. Gox's caretaker built the Gox box, a crypto-rigged office attached to its larger home that gives the hamster the ability to perform various exercises that then execute specific cryptocurrency trades. The hamster can enter its office whenever it wants to make trades. It's got a wheel. I mean, there's it just gets into
What's
some of
this
the...
hamster's Twitter profile? Does it
is
say?
At Mr. Gox, MRGOXX.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is fun. And they go into the details of how exactly they set this up. Basically, the combination between this hamster running on certain wheels and going through different tubes, and it's just running around its little habitat that triggers different trades. And apparently he's a very smart hamster.
They have a little diagram of the box cage here. It's got an office cam, an intention wheel, decision by tunnel. There's a buy tunnel and a sell tunnel. There's some stairs, a portal out of it, and a floodgate. And it's fun. It's a little cute, fun story, but I kind of have a darker take on this whole thing.
Did you find the occult symbolism of Mr. Gox, our favorite finance hamster?
First off, he's in a cage, okay? And our whole thing here is think outside the cage. So, I don't think it's great that Mr. Gox is forced
set
to
Mr. Gox free.
Yeah, the other part of it, this is our future, Basil. This is like the example that they're setting with the hamster on a wheel and doing things for a greater intelligence, an unknown intelligence. I feel like this is like a prototype for humanity, where the controllers want us to become the hamsters on the hamster wheel, making decisions for them, buying and selling crypto or trying to earn crypto. I don't know. It seems, I know it's
it
fun.
Does have a compare. I do kind of, I am feeling, I am sensing some truth to what you're saying.
Well, think about the the movie and book Real Player One, or no, not real. Was it? Ready Player One. Real Player is a old internet video player from yesteryear. Old people will remember what that is. But yeah, Ready Player One, where it's all gamified. These guys are in little, in these little places, rooms the size of, I don't know,
trailers. They're living in trailers.
I mean, they're tiny little trailers. They barely have any room, and they spend most of their time in the VR world. But they're doing the VR stuff to like live, it's all gamified life.
And the interesting connection with NFTs there, this idea of digital assets, digital belongings, NFT is what would commodify these video game items or assets.
Oh, that's coming. Trust me. The NFT craze is going to
metaverse thing.
Oh, it's going to pump like crazy when games, not just games, but interoperable games. So what'll happen is you get a sword in one game and you can bring it to another game, because it's your sword. It's not anybody else's virtual sword.
And it's
that
not
kind of thing.
Stuck within,
Right. So yeah, that kind of thing will fundamentally change gaming, and people will own nothing and love it because they own a bunch of JPEGs and GIFs on the internet. But I mean, that's where we're headed. And this hamster, philosophically, I don't really like this.
Yeah, you see the extension out from the hamster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about all scientific examples, they tested in animals, and then it goes to human trials, right?
Oh yeah, humanize not just with. I mean, they do it with sociology. They do it with biology. Human mice and testing medicine. Sociology with, how to get the mice to act certain ways. They do it with psychology. They do it with robotics. What is the difference between all of that and studying how this hamster works the stock markets? Not gonna lie, his method is not much different from a lot of people's methods. I'm just gonna run on this wheel for a while. Sure, I'll do this one.
The other thing that's deceptive is that crypto markets have, other than the dip, in the last few months or whatever, between like December last year and like March, you can throw a dart and it would go up. You could outperform the S&P 500. I would like to see this hamster in action during a bear market. Let's see if you can really make a difference there.
Come on, Mr. Gox, prove yourself.
Prove yourself, Mr. Gox. All right.
Time for a Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
All right, folks, time for a Flippy update. If you're new to the show, Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots and hamsters are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, this story is coming from the BBC.com, and the headline: Can football-playing robots beat the World Cup winners by 2050? It might sound far-fetched, but this... Okay, so they open up with this phrase, it might sound far-fetched. And, we read a lot of articles about robots and, like, where the technology is going and how they fit into society and how they're going to kill us all. There is a significant portion of these articles that all start out with the phrase, it might sound far-fetched, or it might sound like science fiction, or it might sound like blah, 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 blah. It's like, whoever's writing these robot articles, you need to think of a new way because it doesn't sound far-fetched. Anywho, it might sound far-fetched, but this is the aim of an organization that has been running an annual global soccer tournament for robots since 1997. Founded by a group of robotic scientists, the Robot Soccer World Cup, or RoboCup, has set itself an ambitious goal. Quote, by the middle of the 21st century, a team of fully autonomous humanoid robot soccer players shall win a soccer game, complying with the official rules of football of FIFA, the football governing body, against the winner of the most recent World Cup. RoboCup teams already use human-shaped robots with advanced artificial intelligence software systems that enable them to make decisions for themselves, such as whether to shoot or pass. But could these robots ever be good enough to beat a World Cup winning squad of humans by 2050? Quote, "It's certainly plausible. I wouldn't bet too much on it, but I wouldn't bet too much against it either," says Peter Stone, the most useless person to interview about this topic. RoboCup.
Whoa, those are some harsh words from BBC.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet too much on it, but I wouldn't bet too much against it. It just sounds like you wouldn't bet too much at all, Peter Stone. Are you having financial problems? RoboCup president and computer science professor at the University of Texas at Austin. 30 years is a long time, technologically speaking. A lot can happen in that time span. Then they spend about 50 paragraphs just blabbing about. And then they end the article with, "But will Champ get to cheer as other robots beat the world's best human football team by 2050? Professor Sandra Wachter, a leading AL and robotics expert at Oxford University, says the difficulty is that football requires both physical and mental skills. Quote, "On the football field, there are games, strategies, and formations that are followed, and which very often need to be adjusted very quickly and spontaneously. Quote, "Spotting an opening for a goal opportunity can arise within a couple of seconds, and seizing that moment requires acting very fast. Very often, this needs a good amount of intuition, trust, nonverbal, and verbal communication between team members. At some point, robotics may well surpass human capacity when it comes to playing football, but it is hard to say if and when this will happen." Well, they very specifically said it will happen in 2050. So apparently it's not that hard to say. But, I thought this was a good little update on the robotics sports future that we saw on display during the Olympic Games, the basketball FLIPPY. And, I was watching some videos of these soccer playing robots. And of course, they're sort of hilarious and clumsy now. But 30 years is quite a long time. And the preparation for another interesting part of this article I skipped, I apologize, was a whole discussion on how profitable robo sports will be, especially in the context of the advertising industry. Mm-hmm. They're like, "Oh, robo sports will be great because the advertising opportunities are limitless." It's like, oh, love it. We have a combination here of robotics surpassing the abilities of human athletes in 30 years, but not just because, not for nothing, Gons, but also to attract those sweet advertisers. I think it's another step in the continuing campaign, the march towards progress, which will minimize human effort, human ability, and the interest we have in pushing the limits of the human form and replacing it with robots. Much more exciting, profitable robots.
That last quote you were reading about, like, "Oh, it's going to be hard. It takes some physical and mental stresses, and you have to react in an instant."
And the communication, you need nonverbal communication. Like, what do you think? That's exactly what the robots will excel at. They're all linked together with 5G, hive mind. It's not even you have I don't know how many soccer players are on the field at one time. What is it, 5, 6?
Oh, no, it's got to be more than that.
12?
It's like 10, I don't know.
No. Well, per team, I mean.
Yeah, I know.
You got, okay. Well, whatever it is. Link all those suckers with 5G. That is going to be way more effective than human beings non-verbally communicating.
11 players on the field per team.
Oh, that's a lot of players. That's more than I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
You never played soccer?
When I was a young child.
Yeah, me too. I ran to the wrong goal a couple times.
I'm almost positive I did that too.
You think about the FIFA video games, and yes, I get it. It's different. It's a 2D composition of, and a lot of algorithms and AI and stuff. Mm-hmm. But conceptually, you can make a pretty good artificial intelligent whatever. What is it called? I haven't played video games in a while, obviously. What is it called when the machine, you're playing against the machine?
It's just called a computer or an AI or something.
There's a word for it, though. Anyway, I don't know. But anyway, yeah.
Comp, C-O-M-P is usually how they're listed on...
that's
what it is.
Something else I thought. But anyway, when you do that, you can make it so it's like super hard, right? It's like you can't beat them because they're so overpowering. Yeah. I don't know that it would be too difficult. I mean, I know it would be hard, but it's not too much of a conceptual leap to bring that notion, like those aspects of programming, onto a field of physical robots. And I get it. There's different variations and things.
That's what I think the silliness of this conversation, or not this conversation, but the interviewee was like, if they could make the physical form of the robot do what it needs to do, the intelligence is already there.
Yeah.
I mean, you have robots beating chess players and et cetera, et cetera. CPU is one term that is used for computer players and video games. NPC is another one. But
I think I was thinking NPC, but maybe not. Yeah.
It's a subtle difference in the video game world. NPC wouldn't quite be the term.
Because
CPU.
NPC is more they're not controlled by an AI or anything. They're just kind of
really
there
playing the game. NPCs are not really like playing
the
game. They're just sort of there.
They're like the robot birds the government has unleashed into our world.
Yeah, birds aren't real. You know this. Anywho, there you go. Get ready for RoboSports, boys and girls. How old we'll be quite old when it's time for these soccer players.
We will be old, but lest the Lord returns, we will still be doing the show.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, as long as the producers stick with us, we'll probably still be doing this show in 30 years.
That's kind of wild to think. I will be 67 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not bad. 67 is like the new 30.
We might still be doing the show. I mean, I'm not...
the scary part, and scary might not be the right word. I see and know people who are in their 60s, and they do not seem that old to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I sometimes it slips out, but I literally do not consider 60-year-olds to even be old people.
Yeah.
Just for all you 60-plussers out there, just so you know, we may flippantly throw around the term old, but people tell me they're 60 years old. I look at them, I'm like, yeah, I'm basically you. We're fine. We're all.
Yeah, I did have some imagination or visions. I don't know. They're not like full visions, obviously, but more like my imagination went wild.
Revelations.
Well, yeah, I was
Gon's the Revelator.
No. I don't need any people accusing me of false prophet. No, but when I found this article, I was reading it. I kind of had this imagery of like the World Cup winners playing the robots for the first time. Like we get to this point, whatever it is, the year 2044 or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. And these robots being relentless and all these humans, these like star human players getting all bloody and getting hit because robots don't care. They'll just slide right in. There's no pain. So they can do some more risky moves. Yeah,
the violence will definitely
it'll be intense
and
it'll be a worldwide thing.
Pit crews, like a player gets slammed on the field, it'll just hobble off, and then some other robots will come up, jack it off, replace its jack it up rather. Oh, geez. Oh, geez,
we know what we know what you meant.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yes. They replace its leg, replace its arm, and just let it back out on the field.
Yep.
Oh, geez, let's move on. Keep it going.
We're going to talk about the Great Reset.
We need a Great Reset.
Learn to use the dark side.
I don't think you've had a really bad flub like that.
That might be the first actual bad flub that I've ever had. But not to bring attention to your flubs. You've had some pretty bad ones.
It's all right. Mine have been somewhat more intentional, which means more sinister, maybe. I don't know. I think about some of the ones I've had, and I put it in the proper context. You still get mad at me about it, but it's okay.
Sure. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're moving on. But anyways, let's go.
So this is a great reset / crypto section. And as we get into it, I have this first story here. Actually, do you want to do this one real quick? This is Bloomberg.
Yeah, I would love to do this.
China's power crisis moves from the factory floor to homes.
This is a big deal. Do you want to hit the China jingle?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Chinese News! Our top news!
The long one. I love it. Bloomberg.com. The headline is China's power crisis moves from the factory floor to homes. China's energy crisis is beginning to hit people where they live, adding the risk of social instability to an economic slowdown and global supply chain disruptions. Residents in several northern provinces have already been dealing with blackouts, while traffic lights being turned off are causing chaos on the roads in at least one major city. Guangdong, a southern industrial hub with an economy bigger than Australia's, is asking people to use natural light in homes and limit air conditioner use after implementing big power cuts to factories. The impact to people's homes shows how quickly the power crisis is escalating, as China typically first asks large industrial users to curtail consumption when supply gets tight. Economists at Nomura Holdings Ltd. and China International Capital Corp. have downgraded their growth forecasts for the economy due to the electricity shortages, and cuts to factories are raising concerns of yet another wrench down into the works of global supply chains. China is facing power issues on two fronts. Some provinces have ordered industrial cuts in order to meet emissions and energy intensity goals, while others are facing an actual lack of electricity, as sky-high coal and natural gas costs cause generators to slow output amid high demand. The shortages would force companies to raise prices of goods for Chinese consumers and quicken inflation. The People's Daily, the official newspaper of the Chinese Communist Party, said in an editorial published on Sunday, this would bring unnecessary disorder to the economy and society, it said. The northern provinces of Liaoning, Jilin, and Heilongjiang all suffered blackouts over the weekend, Caixin reported, with cuts to traffic lights wreaking havoc during rush hour. Jilin Vice Governor Wu Jinping on Monday called for censoring residential electricity needs. Ensuring residential electrity needs.
There's a lot of censoring going on, too.
I knew that didn't sound right, but you know what? Whatever. If censoring in China, didn't even ring a bell. Jilin Vice Governor Wu Jinping on Monday called for ensuring residential electricity needs and avoiding power cuts by all means. Power restrictions are likely to continue until March next year, and residents should prepare for water cuts to become normal, according to a report in the province's local media. Guangdong's Provincial Energy Administration issued a notice on Sunday calling for all walks of society to pitch in to prevent widespread outages. Large-scale cuts to factories have already been implemented, it said, and now it's asking office workers to use stairs for the first 3 floors, shopping malls to keep advertising signs on fewer hours, and for homes to use natural light as much as possible and keep air conditioners above 26 degrees Celsius. The power cuts will likely cut China's growth rate by 0.1 to 0.15 percentage points in the third and fourth quarter, CICC economists said in a report. Nomura cuts its full-year expansion estimate to 7.7 from 8.2 on Friday, and now sees a possibility of further cuts to forecast due to the power shortages. So we have a continued sort of demolition of the economy in China. Now, just to get kind of fringy, but for a little background, of course, earlier this year we saw the controlled demolition of big corporations in China by the government. Then we saw that includes disappearing of some CEOs, rich people, the deconstruction or demolition of Alibaba got sort of split up. Lots of these huge corporations started getting split up. Then we have the Evergrande crisis, where their real estate market is completely imploding partially due to sort of predatory practices and unfair corporate leveraging. And now the entire infrastructure for utilities is collapsing, not just electricity, but also water. And it makes me think, I was hearing another report, Gons, where the government was basically coming in and shutting down companies for a number of days or even weeks. I mean, there's huge factories where the government just said, you got to shut down for 3 weeks. And they're like, what do you mean shut down for 3 weeks? We like have 1,000 employees and create, millions of dollars worth of stuff every week. And they're like, nope, you just got to shut down. The conspiracy part of my brain thinks, this is a great distraction from the Evergrande problem, where it looks like the government, at least as of last week, it looked like the government wasn't going to bail them out. They're just going to let Evergrande implode, which is a big deal. But it's hard. As a citizen of a communist country, it's hard to care too much about some big real estate company when you have to worry about electricity and water in your own home.
Yeah. Well, plus, I think they did figure out a way to pay off all their stuff, right? Evergrande did get more or less bailed out.
I haven't seen an update on that since Friday.
Yeah, I think they got. Hold on, let me double check that though, because I was hearing that they found a way to make sure they at least meet the deadline. Let's see, Evergrande, Chinese markets.
Depends on the deadline. They were floating. They were keeping their head above water by selling real estate at pennies on the dollar, basically, to just get some cash influx into the company. But it's one of these situations where if Xi Jinping does not come in with a drastic bailout, they are going to be in trouble.
Yeah. It looks like maybe it's more of a trickle, and there has been a sell-off. Yeah. Continued sell-off. So, yeah, well, we'll see. That
sounds right. Yeah.
Part of it, too, this is like, there was an analogy years ago where I don't remember what the context was, but effectively the idea was, hey, the controllers can turn down the faucet and make everyone think that there's no more water, kind of thing. They can control the amount of
the
supply.
Government coming in, especially the Chinese government coming in and saying, there's no power. Yeah, turn off your power, or we'll turn it off for you. Yeah, while you're at it, do your water too. Yeah. This is just how we're living.
Yeah, excuse me. And that's always been the concern with, especially, countries like China, where they have a communist state, where it's like the government can just come in and do whatever because it's a one-party system.
State-controlled economy.
Yeah. And I'm worried that if they continue to do this, obviously this is some kind of power play against the world. It's not just for China. There may be some aspects of, hey, we need to rebuild or reconfigure things here on the Chinese homeland, but also this is if you want your water, if you want your, and especially, you're talking about distribution, how much does China make for the rest of the world in terms of like goods? Quite a bit, right? They export a lot. So this could raise the price. And, if you want your whatever they build, some pockets or, purses or something.
Pockets. It's a pocket factory.
Pockets.
Well, I mean, the obvious problem with this is Chinese manufacturing shutting down is going to affect supply chains in the U.S. even more than they're already being affected. With,
right.
We've got a few dozen, 5 dozen container ships that are just floating off the, our coast, not allowed to unload for this reason and that. And this is even more so. It's just a controlled demolition of the sort of, I guess, golden age of supply chain that used to exist, and it's being taken apart for obviously great reset purposes.
Yeah. And along those lines here, this is the Financial Times, and the headline of this article is "Governments Must Receive Supply Chain Turmoil," relieve supply chain turmoil, says shipping boss. It's like, yeah, of course. Intervention needed to avoid out-of-control situation, warns Mitsui O.S.K. Line's president. So
the response to this, the thing you would hope would be the response in the U.S. would be to bring more manufacturing back to the United
America.
States.
Well, yeah, that's what Trump was trying to do, and he was successful in some regard with that, but not everything.
But he didn't have such a global Great Reset disaster as a good excuse either. He was just doing it in opposition to China rather than, we need to change the way our world works.
Well, trust the plan, people would argue that he knew all along that this is what would be happening, and that's why he was trying to prevent the U.S. from falling too much. Well, to be fair,
we all knew this was going to happen.
Yeah. Well, this also gives Biden a lot of... not a lot, but just some ammunition for like, hey, I got some car companies to go green and make more cars in America. Because he did that. He kind of hijacked Trump's deal with some of the bringing home manufacturing stuff.
He's a union man.
But, okay, so part of all of this Great Reset stuff, there's huge news over the weekend from the Cardano Summit, I think it was called. This is Bloomberg.com. Cardano aims to be legitimate option in global governance. And full disclosure here, I invested in Cardano when it was just a few cents. So, my portfolio of Cardano looks okay, but man, I keep looking at this and I keep going, oh my gosh, what have I done?
So is this a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, am I being wise here, or am I just feeding the beast or feeding off of the beast?
Walk me through it, buddy.
Okay, so just real quick, and then I'll walk through all the rest of it here. This article states, blockchain and decentralized technologies offer a compelling potential solution for many of the governance issues affecting the world today, according to the founder of the Cardano blockchain. That's Charles Hoskinson. We'll talk more about him in a moment. Cardano's ecosystem is working on projects from voting to payments and even ways to run the currencies of nation states, Charles Hoskinson said in comments at the Cardano Summit broadcast Saturday. There should also be a lot of, quote, real-life data about how to do governments differently, he said. Quote, you could run a nation state on this type of infrastructure. Not today, but in 3 to 5 years, definitely possible, Hoskinson said. Cardano is trying to, quote, position itself in the marketplace of ideas to be a legitimate option for at least some of these systems and some of these institutions, he added. Cardano, which launched in 2017 and recently added smart contract capabilities, has attracted its share of naysayers over time, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's people that don't like Cardano. That's been a thing for a while. So big announcements happened this weekend, and I'll get into some of that now. First off, Charles Hoskinson, the founder, he's fairly young. He's one of the younger billionaires because of Cardano. He's like a mathematician guy, pretty smart, and he's very much libertarian. You listen to him talk, he sounds like your cookie cutter libertarian. I mean, have you listened to him talk, Basil?
Not recently.
Okay, well, he's really against government control, communism, mandates. He's pro-vaccine. He's a science guy, so he's kind of pro-vaccine, but he's against mandates. He's, so libertarian type. The first article I want to highlight here, Coindesk.com, Cardano's Charles Hoskinson donates $20 million to build math center at Carnegie Mellon University. Now, nice guy, right? Good guy. Following in the footsteps of all those, tech moguls in the past, giving money to organizations for a good cause. Bill Gates. I'm not saying anything about Charles's personal life, but the ties to some occult organizations when it comes to Carnegie Mellon are not unknown. First off, this is the Masonic Trowel. This website that is a pro Mason website here, and they list famous Masons. And under business leaders, Andrew Carnegie, philanthropist and steel industry industrialist. Not something people don't know. Most people know that Carnegie.
That's his whole legacy, basically.
Yeah. And then, of course, you have the Mellon side, Andrew Mellon, and this is a wiki page about the Andrew W. Mellon Memorial Fountain. And in the wiki page, it says here, the Aries zodiac faces, and this is talking about the actual fountain here. The Aries zodiac faces directly east, with the Libra symbol facing west, and the Virgo symbol arranged along Pennsylvania Avenue, leading to some believing that Masonic influences were essential in the architecture. On the vernal equinox, the sun directly hits Aries, which then faces the rising sun a month later. So there you go. There's some Masonic architecture and some of the Andrew Mellon type stuff. So you already have this occult connection. When you're donating $20 million to an organization that openly has connections to the occult in that way, you'd expect to see some more occult undertones, which I will get into now. So, big announcements continued here. Over the weekend, Cardano announced, this is InsideBitcoins.com, Dish Network adopts Bitcoin technology through Cardano partnership. Dish Network is pretty big. I mean, they're not like the biggest.
Yeah, it's the satellite TV company.
Yeah.
It's taken some hits recently because nobody wants satellite TV anymore.
Yeah. I think this is their move to stay alive, to be honest with you. This is kind of like their, hey, we can either jump on the wagon with Netflix or go the way of Blockbuster type of moment.
Right.
But it says here, Dish Network is a Fortune 500 company that offers television satellite services. Through this partnership, ADA, which is the ticker symbol for Cardano, will offer its blockchain technology to enhance the operations of Dish's telecom services. Okay, so, the thing that has been the criticism of Cardano the last 3 or 4 years is you guys don't have any products. You're a multi-billion-dollar company or worth multi-billions of dollars in market cap, but they don't have anything. They don't have a smart contract. They have nothing. Well, now they have some tangible stuff here. The first being a partnership with Dish Network, and it's something to consider when you talk about Dish Network. Dish cut a 10-year, $5 billion deal with AT&T, the primary service provider for the MVNO. This was back on July 19th. So, Dish, another move to, stay relevant, I guess, making a deal with AT&T. And not just that, but the bigger one, I think, this is Amazon Press. Back in April, Dish and AWS formed strategic collaboration to reinvent 5G connectivity and innovation. So, if we connect the dots here, we have Dish Network partnering with big companies, Amazon to build 5G, and AT&T to continue. And I think AT&T also, they're talking about the 5G aspect of it here. I think it said... let's see. Oh, by the way, let me just read this because it's funny. Dish Network has a new network operator partner for its MVNO brands, AT&T. The companies have signed a network service agreement, NSA.
Nice.
It's an unfortunate acronym there. That will see Dish pay AT&T at least $5 billion over the course of the next 10 years to use its 4G and 5G networks as Dish brings its own 5G network online. So their own 5G network that Dish is rolling out is going to be built on AWS. And now with their partnership with Cardano, now we're talking about a cryptocurrency project in Cardano having a connection with not just Dish Network, but with Amazon. That is huge, humongous.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I don't like the sort of conglomeration of all these big evil companies either.
It's pretty wild. I mean, it's one of those things where on one hand it's like, oh yeah, Cardano price, pump it. On the other hand, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the infrastructure of the New World Order. And just
you talk about the actual combo for a sort of beast system.
Yeah.
You got cryptocurrency mixed with Dish Network. You've got your media dissemination, plus your AT&T, your 5G telecoms company, plus Amazon, the just economic retail giant taking over the world like a giant octopus made out of black goo. This is a wonderful combination of world-ending corporate power.
Yeah, and did you know that there is something called Dishfire? Dishfire is a covert global surveillance collection system and database run by the United States of America's National Security Agency and the United Kingdom's government communications headquarters that collects hundreds of millions of text messages on a daily basis from around the world.
I was going to ask, the one thing missing from this was government.
Oh, I'm not done. Okay, let me move on here. So we got the Amazon thing, we got the Dish thing. So now the other part of this announcement, multiple announcements over the weekend, was that Cardano is part, and this, I guess this is a little bit older news, but they kind of made a bigger deal about it over the weekend. There is a company called Acala PRISM. Acala PRISM. And Acala PRISM provides the infrastructure for verifying credentials in a more secure, reliable, and convenient way, enabling businesses to instantly verify digital records. Okay, so first off, PRISM. Does that ring a bell at all, Basil? PRISM?
Yeah, that's a intelligence network thing, isn't it?
PRISM is a code name for a program under which the United States National Security Agency collects internet communications from various U.S. internet companies.
Yay.
The name of the company or the project is Acala PRISM, just so happens to be the same name as the code name for the NSA's Internet Communications Collection database. Just a coincidence. I'm just saying, man. Connecting dots on this not whiteboard. What is it?
Your cork board with your red yarn.
Yeah. For some reason, my Acala link here doesn't work. You said it works on your browser. I don't know what's happening. Maybe they found me out.
I could open it on Chrome. Yeah.
But here's Input Output HK's website. Input Output Hong Kong was I guess it's the organization that helped build out Cardano, and of course, Hong Kong being overtaken by the CCP in recent years. So great, wonderful. And it says in here, let me find the PRISM part here. Okay. IOHK's digital identity solution, Acala PRISM, offers a decentralized alternative to the issue of digital identity, empowering the individual to control, own, and verify their credentials anytime, anywhere. It leverages blockchain to give the individual back control and ownership of their own credentials, creating a digital identity that they can share when and with whom they want via their mobile phone. Built on Cardano blockchain technology, Acala PRISM delivers a secure and trusted way to interact with the world around you, and a way for enterprises and authorities to save money and reduce business risks with true serverless solutions, engineered to be secure and offer regulatory compliance by design. So, this idea of a digital identity, I mean, if you want to talk Mark of the Beast, this is sort of in that direction, but it's that double-edged sword, because on one hand, the way things are now, you have a government or you have these companies that own, or institutions like your health provider who own all of your information, whether it be your health information or your financial information or whatever it may be.
Right.
And you have to tell them, like, hey, share with this other company my information, and so then you have to wait for this third party. It's a really slow process. So to get rid of it and to bring, the way they word it here, give you back your digital, identity, your digital power.
Which is one of the sort of original promises of blockchain stuff.
Right. Yeah. You control, and it's not stored on one computer. It's stored on the blockchain, which is a network of computers. But the only way to access it is from you accessing it, not some third party. That's the idea here. So all these institutions that are gatekeepers of your data no longer have the power. The power is back in your hands. That's the concept. But on the other hand, it's all on this network, and it's like you have to comply to, and you can have human error, and how does that work on a blockchain once it's immutable? So anyway, Acala PRISM being the the surveillance apparatus of the NSA. And what is this whole identity process called? It's called the digital identification, digital IDs, DID. Okay, now I got triggered when I heard that, Basil. Because traditionally, people that talk about DID, we're talking about dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder. So it's just interesting how there's a neurolinguistic programming word phrase hijacking.
Sort of target and result of all the satanic ritual abuse stuff.
Yeah.
It's all tied in with
It's all tied in. It's like, oh, you want your DID. Everyone needs to get a DID. Oh, we're all going to be dissociatively identified, and we're going to have dissociative identity disorder. So anyway, that's kind of a, just another one of those, I'm using air quotes, coincidences that have connections with this apparatus.
Pattern recognition, gonzo.
Okay, moving on. There's more. There's a company, third party, building on Cardano. They're called COTI, COTI. Headline here from Input Output Hong Kong. COTI to issue Djed stablecoin on Cardano. Djed, D-J-E-D. It says here, at the Cardano Summit stage in Laramie, Wyoming on Sunday, Charles Hoskinson and Shahaf Bar Geffen announced that the COTI platform would be the official issuer of Djed, a new stablecoin for Cardano. Djed is based on an algorithmic design that uses smart contracts to ensure price stability. Smart contract programming is also used to ensure that the stablecoin will work effectively for decentralized finance transactions, or DeFi. Now, we've talked about the Djed before. The Djed is one of the more ancient and commonly found symbols in ancient Egyptian religion. It is a pillar-like symbol in Egyptian hieroglyphs representing stability. It is associated with the creator god Ptah and Osiris, the Egyptian god of the afterlife, the underworld, and the dead.
Oh, good.
It is commonly understood to represent his spine. And I remember Rob Skiba talking about this too, and we've mentioned it before. We did a whole kind of breakdown on the Djed before as well, because it looks like the hieroglyph here. It looks like a lightsaber.
Yeah.
And, you got the Djed, you have the Jedi in Star Wars, so you have that kind of weird, strange overlap there. And I think this thing also had some kind of like soul catching mechanism or something like that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, nothing to see here, guys. It's just a stable coin named after the spine of Osiris.
It's just a coincidence, Gon. Stop being crazy.
And of course, and we've mentioned this before as well, if you look under the hood on Cardano, their proof of stake protocol is called Ouroboros.
I think that makes it a hat trick.
I think it's more than a hat trick. It's like 8 things. So their proof of stake protocol that provides and improves the security guarantee of proof of work at a fraction of the energy cost. Ouroboros supplies cryptography, combinatorics, I don't know, and mathematical game theory to guarantee the protocol's integrity, longevity, and performance, and that of the distributed networks that depend upon it. And they've named it Ouroboros because of the continual nature, how it sort of resets, and there's the time period that people that stake Cardano on the network receive their rewards is called an epoch. So every epoch they get their rewards. I don't know, man. It's a whole thing. So that's my Cardano rant and all the occultness there. But could be not financial advice, but could be a decent investment.
Sounds like those Cardano boys and girls have been hard at work.
Yeah, and speaking of Ouroboros, we're going to get into the COVID segment of the episode here, and to do that, I want to bring you a quick story about the Ouroboros in Australia. This is theguardian.com. Headline: National Gallery of Australia orders a $14 million Ouroboros sculpture. Its most expensive commission so far.
Where they just have extra 14 million bucks laying around. Is this COVID money?
I don't know. A 13-ton artwork depicting a snake eating its own tail will be large enough for visitors to walk through. Ooh, yay. Oh, man. It looks like Ouroboros, which the NGA commissioned to mark its 40th anniversary, will be made of mirror-polished stainless steel and weigh approximately 13 tons. They love that 13 there. In connection to
what a very powerful power center they're creating there.
Yeah, and they have kind of a prototype of the Ouroboros. I don't know. It doesn't look that great. It doesn't look like a snake eating its own tail. It looks more like it looks like a worm that ate too much on one end or something.
That's not a snake eating its own tail. That's obviously a worm eating its own head.
Or larva, or what's that Star Wars character? I forget his name.
Luke Skywalker.
No, not Luke Skywalker. The one that is like the servant of Jabba the Hutt. I forget his name. Bib Fortuna. Remember Bib Fortuna? The weird
wormy
snake,
head.
The wormy head. Yeah,
that's
what this thing looks like. It looks like the wormy snake part of the head of Bib Fortuna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think this explains what's going on in Australia more than anything else.
Does it?
I think so.
Okay. Well, let's talk about
Why is
COVID.
Australia locking down? Because they're spending $14 million on an Ouroboros sculpture that's 13 tons and sparkles.
You figured it out, man.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus.
Okay, well, let's start out by checking in with Australia, seeing what's going on down there. We got a clip here, first of all, of a military plane.
Oh, no. This first one is just a police state. It's a aerial view of some police officers running across a field. You can hear, I don't know if it's bullets or rubber bullets, but, guns going off. I'll just play it here. It's more of a visual, but yeah, overhead view. There's some people running away. Kind of hard to see through the trees, and then people dressed in black, the military. You can hear the gunfire.
Yeah, and they're shooting at him from far away. So this is not a situation where a crowd of people are approaching a police line or anything. These police are not threatened. The police they don't have a crowd of angry Australians coming towards them. There's a crowd of, I'd say maybe 100 people sort of spaced out in a park, and these stormtroopers just come running across the park towards the people standing around and they're just running at them, firing rubber bullets for like no reason. Like it does. I'm sure
it's because they're not wearing masks, Basil. They're breaking the rules.
Well, like I always say, first of all, for safety, wear a mask. But if you can't wear a mask, get pelted in the head by rubber bullets this is literally a police assault on a park. Yeah. They're not holding a line. They're not confronting protesters. There's a group of people in a park, and the police storm the park like Normandy, firing rubber bullets at these people. Just a complete idiotic show of force. So, there you go. There's number one. I found this clip. Some people were sharing it from Brisbane, Australia.
Yeah. Have you seen this? The military plane?
I have.
Oh my gosh, what is going on? So, I mean, it's more of a visual than an auditory thing, but some people on top of a building taking photos and video. There's a dark military plane coming real close.
Yeah, and this is I don't know exactly what kind of plane this is, but for reference, it's kind of like a C-130, like Orion type of thing. Gigantic cargo military plane, 4 engines, gigantic thing. And it is only maybe 200 feet in elevation.
No, if it stayed down, it would run into buildings. That's how low it was.
This is illegal. This is an illegal flyover. No plane is allowed to fly this low in such a populated area. It is sort of doing a flyby, buzzing some buildings, flying down the river here. I don't know. I don't have any info on this. It seems just sort of like a psyop, military psyop, to be buzzing the town this low. If that wasn't the military, this pilot would get arrested, and this is a total illegal thing if it wasn't ordered by the military or whatever.
I'm zooming in because it does a flyby here, and I'm trying to zoom in because there's something written on the tail of the plane, and it looks like an X and a 100 or googly eyes. I can't tell.
Oh no, it's the psyop is continuing.
They're going to hijack your whole googly eye persona and flip it around.
Maybe it's some Basil warriors in Australia and they stole the plane.
Oh, maybe. They're trying to save people. The Australians from more tyranny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any information about what this was, but the people who are commenting about it are pretty freaked out and suspicious about it.
Well, the thing that obviously I think we're all victims of the trauma-based mind control of 9/11. And of course, that's what went through my mind. Plane flying that low and like right next to buildings and bridges and stuff. It's like, what's going on here? Is this another? And I expected it to crash. And I think we would have heard about it if it did.
It looks like it, and it's buzzing bridges. It's way too close to bridges, and it's taking like pretty aggressive, evasive flight path. Yeah. This is not a straight flight path. It takes some incredibly sharp turn to the left, then to the right, and buzzes over this bridge, and then starts gaining altitude. It is a very, very strange behavior for a military plane to be taking over a populated metropolitan area. So there you go. I don't know. PSYOP just rings military, PSYOP on a population. And those planes are extremely loud. It has quite the effect on anybody going by it. Some people asking, this was in Brisbane.
Brisbane, yeah. And maybe the pilot and co-pilot fighting over a cheeseburger.
Who knows?
It could be as tame as that.
Could be anything. Well, let's keep moving. We got some more clips here.
This one is on the beach.
Yep, this was posted by Peter Sweden at Peter Sweden 7, which he's been posting a lot of this Australia stuff. Says here, Australia went from a free country to a police state in less than a year. Police swarm a maskless couple on the beach and throw them to the ground. This is tyranny. And that's exactly what you're seeing here. It's kind of
go ahead.
Just out of nowhere, you get a whole squad of police descend on two people. This couple is hugging each other, trying to stay together. And there's about a dozen police officers tearing them apart, putting them on the ground, allegedly for not wearing masks. Then like a whole nother squad of police marches up.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point? Why do you need?
Doesn't make any sense.
Why do you need 50 police officers to stop two people, a couple?
That's the craziest part about it, is this show of force. I mean, they take a dozen police officers and swarm 2 people, throw them on the ground for not wearing masks. And it's like, okay, well, why? Like, what is the point? The whole like control psyop of this is the most effective thing of this video getting out. And sure, the video getting out is probably a part of the psyop.
Well, yeah. Plus, you can see everybody's filming it. You got professional photographers. It looks like everyone's got their phone out. They're recording the whole thing. There's even a guy without a mask.
Yeah,
filming it.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy talk, craziness.
Right there, bald man to the top right, no mask, but he's allowed to shoot the thing with his camera because I don't know, maybe he's got his lizard pass or something.
Yeah, a lizard pass will get you pretty far.
Man, it's just I don't know. That's what's crazy to me. It's like if you're gonna enforce something, stay consistent, Australia.
Yeah, no. So just looking for the most effective way to do it. I see you put in this photo here. This is a little bit older of a photo, but still a relevant
I've seen it go a little more viral. I don't know. Maybe it just went viral recently on my timeline, but everybody was sharing it. And it kind of reminded me of it made me think, like, is this the kind of photo that will be the Australian version of the Tiananmen Square moment or something,
It is a very powerful image. For those who are just listening, it's the one where there's again about 6 Australian police who are swarming this man. The guy kind of looks like Kevin from The Office, kind of a bigger guy.
He does,
kind of balding a little bit.
A little bit. He's very bald, but yes. Yeah.
There's 5 officers in there they're holding his arms behind his back. They've obviously got him restrained. And one cop is just like putting a mask over his face in the most ridiculous fashion.
Yeah, stretching it across his face so like his mouth is.
Yeah, it looks like a cartoon. It looks like a political cartoon. Yeah. Very powerful image here.
What is the? I'm looking at the police patches here. Clearly an upside down star, which makes a pentagram.
Pentacle.
Pentagram. Yeah,
I forget which is which.
But yeah, I mean, it's clearly an upside down star, which has that Baphomet thing going on. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just a local.
A lot of law enforcement across the world uses that kind of iconography. Then we have this clip here. This next Australia clip of just some fun. Police banter.
Oh, fun. It's fun. Yeah. I think this is a residential area that the police are chasing residents back into, I think.
Yep.
A lot of commotion.
So, again, you've got about 30 police officers, and the video starts with them jumping over bushes and jumping over concrete medians, saying, "Get him! He's leaving his house!" And then they just tackle this guy.
Tackle him, yeah.
Swarm him with like 30 officers here. Yeah, it's bizarre, man.
I don't know. It's just, it's so troubling. Makes me upset. There's not much we can do about it. All we can do is pray. You know what we should do is bust out the producers for Australia.
Certainly. The big thing to do is to spread these images and spread these videos and things like that, because as we've seen, the Australian government is trying their best to suppress any of this news out to the public, whether it be Australian public or the global or the worldwide public. And so there you go. We're just doing our part in that. So yeah, you want to activate the producers? Is that what you're doing?
Producers, assemble!
That's right. Producers all around the world, go ahead and start praying for Australia. They certainly need it. And as usual, just want the Australians to know you got a lot of Americans who are standing with you, who are keeping watch, and what you're going through is being paid attention to over here. Now, here's another clip. We have a big protest going on in the UK. Yeah. Thousands of people not getting any mainstream coverage, but somebody with a drone sure got some good shots of it.
Yeah, thousands of people. There's no audio in this video, at least the way I clipped it here, just because it was some copyright song about freedom. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's a little drone doing an aerial shot down the street. I mean, it stretches... I don't know how long this is, half a mile, quarter mile, something like that.
Oh, yeah, a long, long ways. Thousands of thousands of people completely filling the streets in anti-lockdown protest stuff. Very, holding freedom signs. And there's even some yellow flags. I wonder if whenever I see a yellow flag, it's the no step on snake flag. And, I don't know. Maybe they got a hold of some of those flags over there. I don't know if they have their own don't tread on me yellow flag or something, but
right.
Very interesting.
While we were starting the show today, this just broke. This is New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Is that how you say it? Hochul?
Uh-huh.
Says she will deploy medically trained National Guard troops to replace unvaccinated healthcare workers in hospitals who will be fired tonight. Let's take a look.
Tonight the night.
Tonight's the night, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we saw the National Guard hospital helpers come in. They brought them in Oregon, a couple other states. They've done this. Hochul, I don't know if we played the clip on the show, but she was asked, hey, what are you going to do about the medical worker problem? She's like, we'll just bring them in from other countries. I was asking Ireland. I was talking to the Prime Minister of Ireland to see if they could spare. It's like, what makes you think Ireland has just extra healthcare workers that they're going to send to New York? Apparently that plan didn't work out for her because she had to bring in the National Guard.
Just to touch back on Australia, Nancy M in the chat is saying some Aussies in comments are saying a lot of this is staged and psychological fear-mongering, which 100% I can agree with you on that.
I think that's what we just talked about.
But also, there's probably some people getting caught up in it. And I think the point is, like we briefly touched on, the point is to get some of this footage to spread to scare people. That's the idea. Like, it's not so much, certain areas, maybe it's bad and you can get caught up, but more so it's about, we better not go outside. Look at the swarms of police that can
look at that giant
you.
plane and the swarms of police tackling people out of nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. So back to Hochul here. Here's the clip, which audio should work, but it's not working. But here, give me a second here to unmute. Here we go.
Leading with our mandate, which strikes at midnight tonight, when everyone is expected in a hospital in the state of New York or a healthcare facility to have been vaccinated. I will be signing an executive order to give me the emergency powers necessary to address these shortages where they occur. That's going to allow me to deploy the National Guard, who are medically trained, deploy people who've been retired, who may have had a license lapse, bring in people from elsewhere. That is not my first position, though, my friends. My desire is to have the people who've been out there continue to work in their jobs, work in them safely, and to all the other healthcare workers who are vaccinated, they also deserve to know that the people they're working with will not get them sick. And we'll be nation leading.
Okay, let's loop them back over here. But yeah, I mean, what about natural immunity?
Well, we know.
I know, but Hochul, what about the people that already had it or, have antibodies?
No. See, Hochul's in this situation where she's the female savior to come in and save us from this evil Cuomo man. But it's interesting because maybe she's not sending infected elderly people back into nursing homes, but she is carrying forward the sort of economic destruction of the Cuomo regime that she replaced. And, it just kind of shows you the nature of American politics, which is, if replacement does the exact same things as the person who's being replaced, it shows you that the whole illusion of choice is just that, an illusion.
Women rule!
All right. Well, wanted to bring this to you. This is MSN mirroring Fox 19. Headline, Ohio State Highway Patrol, quote, aware and monitoring possible trucker protest Monday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to bring this because, oh my gosh, if I can get control of my zone here. Yeah, we were talking about the Aussie trucker protest that happened a while back. Actually, ended up being effective in a couple different ways. But this is a little bit of a mix between law enforcement and a trucker protest. It's like two stories in one. This is being mirrored on MSN from Fox 19. And it reads like this. The Ohio State Highway Patrol said troopers are aware of possible disruption to the Monday morning commute after various social media posts from truckers threatened to protest on the road. Various viral posts on social media suggested truckers could cause big issues on the roads Monday beginning at 7 a.m., that's this morning. The posts call for slow rolls or complete blockage over mask and vaccine mandates. Sergeant Christina Hayes with OSHP, Ohio State Highway Patrol, said they were aware of the possible protest. Quote, the patrol is aware and monitoring the situation closely to ensure roadways are safe to travel. For security reasons, we cannot go into further detail at this time, she said. Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieters said their office is aware of the protest planned and said anyone that takes part will be charged with a felony. Quote, my office has learned there are plans to shut down the highways nationwide on Monday to protest vaccine mandates. I want to be perfectly clear. Anyone who attempts to shut down the highways in Hamilton County will be removed from their vehicles, charged with felony, disrupting public services, and they will go to jail. To those who claim to be supportive of law enforcement, the law enforcement is not with you. This would pose a serious danger for our responders and the community at large. I have always been supportive of a citizen's First Amendment right to protest, but this is not lawful and it is reckless. It will not be tolerated. Let's see here. Oh, this is not the double story I thought it was, but there you go. Did you see any of these calls from the American truckers here putting out the threats?
Not really. I didn't see
them either, which isn't necessarily surprising, considering that they would have probably have Facebook and Twitter on the job of censoring those things. Where is it?
I'm trying to see.
I don't know if this story made it in. I believe it was Ohio as well, where there were dozens of highway patrolmen who were resigning as well from their post over vaccination mandates.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if
it does look like it made it in there. Okay.
Hey, I don't know if there's any development regarding this right now, but it looks like some people saying truckers didn't do anything today.
Well, that's kind of what happened in Australia too. It didn't happen on the day they said it was going to happen either.
Yeah.
Because I think mainly because of.
Well, maybe if it's if it's more spontaneous, maybe they can get around some of the, because maybe it was too public or something.
Well, that is a bit of a strategy. You say that there's going to be a protest in one area, and then you go do the protest in the other area.
Some other area or some other day or something when they don't expect it, that kind of thing.
Right. Where is this? Yeah, I lost the article. Yeah, there's an article where there's dozens of law enforcement officers who are resigning because of vaccine mandates as well. But there you go. American truckers over here getting on board. Yeah. Worked pretty well for the Aussies for a second, at least for the Aussie truckers. Last I heard, the Aussie truckers did get their exemption from the vaccine mandate as long as they don't leave their vehicle.
Wasn't it only a certain part of the country, though? It wasn't across Australia. It was like South Australia.
There was one state that just dropped it all together and let them travel.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking about. I don't know. I don't have the source right in front of me.
All right.
What do you got?
We have the San Francisco Chronicle. Is the R.1 variant in the Bay Area? What to know about the highly mutated COVID strain?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Highly mutated. Is this a septuple variant?
I will tell you.
Okay.
A new coronavirus strain is making headlines this week after being linked to an outbreak at a Kentucky nursing home where the variant known as R.1 infected both vaccinated and unvaccinated people.
Wow.
The variant is both. The variant is still not widespread. Just over 2,000 R.1 cases have been detected across 47 states in the U.S., including a few in California. Since March 2020, representing less than 0.05% of cases nationwide. Since March 2020?
Yeah.
Why do they always do that? It's such a weird way to...
Well, you know,
highly mutated variant from a time when those mutated variants
it's been
didn't
around
exist.
for a year and a half, but be afraid. It's going to get you now. And this 47 states thing, every single time there's a new variant, it's always found in 47 states. What 3 states are immune to these variants? I mean, I guess you could do Hawaii, Alaska, and what? What mainland state would be just happen to not have any effect from any variants?
Listen to this sentence. But the variant, which was first detected in Japan, had not been found in Kentucky before the outbreak in March, affecting 46 people across, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
What?
Yeah. What?
Wait, hold on. Okay, so it said 47 states since March, but the variant, which was first detected in Japan, had not been found in Kentucky before the outbreak. Before the outbreak,
why would there
March.
be?
Why are they picking on Kentucky?
And why would there be any detection before an outbreak? I don't know. Anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, there would be no detection before an outbreak. And what's
or maybe
the deal
one
with
outbreak.
Kentucky?
Those Kentuckians. Why is R.1 concerning? Well, first off, they didn't stick with the Greek there. They're breaking away from the alpha, beta, gamma thing.
They didn't give him a Greek name yet. R1.
The R1 variant has characteristics that could make it more transmissible and better at evading antibodies. But evidence so far shows that coronavirus vaccines are still effective against it.
So it's not as dangerous as Delta then.
A CDC
Apparently R1 variant is not as bad as Delta.
A CDC report showed that the R1 variant was linked to an outbreak in March 2021 at a skilled nursing facility in Kentucky, where it infected both vaccinated and unvaccinated residents and healthcare personnel.
So apparently it was Alaska, Hawaii, and miraculously Kentucky had been free of R1 until March 2021, until 6 months ago. Cool report, San Francisco Chronicle.
At the facility, San Francisco Chronicle, they have a whole thing about people in the Midwest. So
that's true.
At the facility, 90% of residents were vaccinated at the time of the outbreak, and around 50% of employees were. The R1 variant has what the CDC calls, quote, multiple spike protein mutations, which means that it might be able to evade antibodies produced either naturally or by the vaccine more easily. In other words, a vaccinated person could be more likely to get infected with R1 than with other variants. It also showed evidence of increased transmissibility.
They literally just took a story about the Delta variant.
I was going to say, they're just flipping out.
Searched Delta and put in R1.
Yeah. Still, in the case of the Kentucky outbreak, vaccinated people were less likely to get the virus than the unvaccinated, even with the R1 strain. Gosh, if I was reading this, I would have to be on drugs in San Francisco to make sense of this, The vaccine was also found to prevent symptomatic cases, severe illness, and death. It's weird how this is like a pro-vaccine talking points just kind of strewed in, even though it contradicts the fear of the R1.
Well, that's the problem, and it with unknowingly, because the brainwashing is so strong over here at SF Chronicle. The vaccine found to prevent symptomatic cases, which means there are lots of asymptomatic cases, which means these vaccinated people are running around spreading the R1 variant without even knowing that they have it.
I like this here. Because the R1 variant is not yet listed as a variant of interest or of concern, it is not yet listed on California's variant tracker.
So SF Chronicle is just taking it upon themselves to scare people about a variant that that the state doesn't even think is a problem.
It's not listed in California's variant tracker. So let me tell you the information. That's the San Francisco Chronicle.
Don't try to verify any of this information we're telling you because it's not listed.
It's not listed on the variant tracker, but here are the numbers. As of Thursday, a total of 53 cases with the R1 variant sequence has been found in California, and 51 of those were reported before May 2021.
So there's been two cases in 6 months.
No, well, May, so June, July, August, September, 4 months. But still, that's okay.
Two cases, and they're just now writing a big scary article about it.
Bay Area health departments that track variants, Marin, Santa Clara, and Sonoma counties, also do not have a variant on their trackers yet.
Two cases. What is there to even track?
Quote, "We have not detected the R1 variant in Sonoma County, although we continue to go genotyping and monitor for all variants," a spokesperson for the Sonoma County Health Department said. Quote, "Right now, our highest concern remains the Delta variant, which is responsible for the majority of our current cases." Yeah, come on, San Francisco Chronicle, get with the program. They're trying to be like ahead of the curve, you know? We told you about R1 back in September. Now it is caused concern. You didn't listen to our warning here at San Francisco Oracle. Marin County is also... It's my little joke. Marin County has also not had any cases of the R1 variant. Public Information Officer Lane Hendricks said, adding that the past 5 weeks, all of the sequenced samples in the county have been Delta variant. Okay.
Cool.
I mean, there's still more. They talk about the WHO. Oh, here we go. WHO designates variants with the Greek letter when they fall into either of the two categories, which is why R1, not yet on these lists, is not named yet.
Could this possibly be Omicron?
Scientists say the R1 should be studied further to determine whether it should be a variant of interest.
Wow.
It's not even a variant of interest yet, and they're like,
what a
be
wonderful
afraid.
Piece of reporting. Scientists say they should study this disease. Wow, great.
San Francisco Chronicle. People pay you to write articles like this?
Well, advertisers pay them. And that's why they write useless articles about big, scary variants.
You can subscribe to San Francisco Chronicle here. Let me see how much it costs. Let's see. Retrieving offer information. Oh, look. It's only 99 cents for 8 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're not making much money off subscribers.
All right. Well, there is something that is going to kill you here, Gons. And this is on yahoo.com. It's coming from the Telegraph, and it goes, thousands more people than usual are dying, but it's not from COVID.
What?
Dun, dun, dun.
No way. People die from something other than COVID? Oh, my brain's going to explode.
Can you even imagine someone dying from anything that's not COVID? While focus remains firmly fixed on COVID-19, a second health crisis is quietly emerging in Britain. Since the beginning of July, there have been thousands of excess deaths that were not caused by coronavirus. According to health experts, this is highly unusual for the summer, although excess deaths are expected during the winter months, when cold weather and seasonal infection combine to place pressure on the NHS. Summer generally sees a lull. This year is a worrying outlier. According to the Office of National Statistics, ONS, since July 2nd, there have been 9,619 excess deaths in England and Wales, of which 48% were not caused by COVID. Huh. Okay, so half of them were caused. Only 5,000 people died of COVID since July 2nd. So if all these extra people are not dying, get to the point, from the coronavirus, what is killing them? Data from Public Health England shows that during that period, there were 2,103 extra death registrations with ischemic heart disease. 1,552 with heart failure, as well as an extra 760 deaths with cerebrovascular disease, such as stroke and aneurysm, and 3,915 with other circulatory diseases. Weird. It kind of sounds like a lot of spike protein affecting people's hearts and circulatory stuff. Nothing. Here we go. Moving on.
What are you talking about? Fake news.
Acute and chronic respiratory infections were also up, with 3,416 more mentions on death certificates than expected since the start of July, while there have been 1,234 extra urinary system disease deaths, 324 with cirrhosis and liver disease. Yeah, a lot of people drinking when they're stuck at home, and 1,905 with diabetes. Alarmingly, many of these conditions saw the biggest drops in diagnosis in 2020 as the NHS struggled to cope with the pandemic. Weird. So when they start giving the vaccine out, suddenly all these other people are dying of non-COVID things. Nothing. A report released last week by the government detailing the direct and indirect health impacts of the pandemic reported that there were an estimated 23 million fewer GP consultations, both in person and online, in 2020 compared to 2019. Diagnosis of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease fell by 51%, atrial fibrillation 26%, heart failure 20%, diabetes 19%, coronary heart disease 17%, and stroke and transient ischemic attack by 16%. Now, keep in mind, this is diagnosis of all these things fell, and yet there was so many people dying. Since the start of the pandemic, charities and health bodies have warned that people were struggling to access care as the NHS switched to fighting the pandemic. Now, 18 months of delayed treatments may be starting to take their toll. Dr. Charlotte Summers, an intensive care consultant from Addenbrooke's Hospital, Cambridge, told a Royal Society of Medicine event this week that patients were arriving at A&E with serious conditions that had worsened during the pandemic. Quote, "There's an increase in non-COVID emergencies that are arriving at the front doors of hospitals from all the delays the pandemic has created already." Notice how they say it's the pandemic creating them and not the lockdowns creating them. Things like people presenting later with tumors and therefore having bowel perforations and aneurysms and lots of other things that were delayed, she said. "We've got a massive elective backlog, and we're potentially likely to have flu at increased levels this year because immunity to influenza will have waned." Quote, "Last winter, there was almost no RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, syncytial, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, and pediatric intensive care was pretty much empty and could help us out. Now, they are absolutely teeming, as are emergency departments, with adults and children with RSV infection. It feels like winter is already here rather than it is coming. It's worse this year than I think I remember at any point in the last 20 years. Data from NHS England suggests that there are around 5 million people currently waiting to begin treatment, and the Health Secretary Sajid Javid has warned that the figure could rise to 13 million. Elective operations fell by 3.5 million, blah, 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 blah. It goes on for quite a bit more. Let me skip down here. The country is also suffering because of a lack of immunity. A lack of immunity, Gons. While lockdowns, social distancing, isolation, and masks kept COVID down, it also prevented other diseases from circulating. In the 52 weeks... imagine that. Wow. In the 52 weeks to the week ending in July 11th, 2021, there was a decrease in the number of reported infectious illnesses across diseases such as mumps, rubella, yellow fever, compared to the pre-pandemic 5-year average. Last year, the influenza-like illness rate peaked at 3.8 per 100,000 compared to a peak of 59 per 100,000 in 2017-2018. While this undoubtedly saved lives, we are beginning to experience a rise in infectious diseases that could hit us harder than ever this winter if we have less protection than normal. The danger is that these added pressures on the NHS will force the government into locking down the country again this winter, mandating masks and work from home rules. If it does, we could end up in a perpetuating state of low immunity in winter that will be difficult to escape from. The COVID-19 response may have inadvertently created an ongoing health crisis from which there is no way back. Notice they say it's the COVID-19 response, not COVID-19, not the actual disease. The response to COVID-19 may have inadvertently created an ongoing health crisis from which there was no way back.
Wait,
a perpetual cycle.
I thought that was a conspiracy theory.
Oh, it is kind of weird how those crazy conspiracy podcasters were saying this exact thing in 2020, and suddenly the experts and doctors and politicians and scientists are finally catching up to such a wild conspiracy theory. And it's all part of the continuing medical emergency, the new forever war that is the forever danger, perpetual danger of infectious diseases caused by the admission here of the Telegraph and Yahoo.com and mainstream reporting. The response of COVID-19 may have inadvertently created an ongoing health crisis from which there is no way back. There you go. Thanks, politicians.
Yeah, man, this is...
I know, and it's I don't know, man. People should start listening to podcasters.
Well, what's crazy is that, it's almost like because the mainstream COVID narrative is somewhat crumbling, a lot of people aren't really listening to them anymore. Mm-hmm. They have to keep the fear going. If they're going to keep this pandemic thing going, they gotta keep the fear running. So,
oh yeah, that's the thing. It's the perpetual war. No longer do we need to be worrying about, at any moment terrorists can strike, which was our sort of generation's burden to bear. And now it's just forever. We are at risk of everybody dying from simple things. And notice how their solution to this in this article is, oh yeah, everybody's going to get sick again, so we're going to have to lock down again. We're going to have to redo the exact thing that dug us this grave in the first place just to survive the winter. Like, okay, folks, how? I mean, that is, again, Einstein's sort of apocryphal definition of insanity, doing the exact same thing that got you into trouble in the first place.
Yeah. Well, nothing surprising there. I mean, it's pretty expected.
No, it just feels good to say that we were right again.
I tried to tell you.
The show for the next 30 years is just going to be, oh yeah, we already told you about this, but here it is. It's real. Okay, here we are. Here we are again. Gons, did you get your robot heart installed yet?
No.
Well, nice knowing you. All right. What do you got to finish out this little COVID zone?
Similar here. This is, we got a couple WACCINE things coming up afterwards, a specific. But this is Yahoo Finance, and the headline is, Natural immunity emerges as potential legal challenge to federal COVID-19 vaccination mandates.
Whee!
Natural immunity, Basil. The real deal.
Oh, good.
The real deal.
Potential legal challenge. Natural immunity's got great lawyers.
Here's the clip from the Yahoo Live here.
Natural immunity against COVID-19 has been largely ignored as an alternative to vaccination, but proof of such immunity could emerge as a major legal challenge to mandatory vaccination policies. Yahoo Finance legal reporter Alexis Keene is here with more on this. Alexis.
Hi, Brian. Yes, this is a new legal challenge that I'm watching emerge here. This question of whether proof of natural immunity needs to be a required alternative to mandatory vaccines. Now, this is based on new studies that are tending to show that natural immunity is as good or better than immunity by vaccination. And researchers are also finding in these studies that natural immunity paired with vaccination may be even more robust. But so far, there are, as far as I know, 2 lawsuits filed. Both are against universities. One is by a medical professor at the University of California, Irvine. Another filed by a remote employee from Michigan State University. Now, in both of these cases, these employees, what they argue is that the university's mandate for the vaccination, that policy offering no opt-out for a natural immunity proof, that violates their constitutional rights, including the guarantees to equal treatment under the law, as well as to bodily autonomy. Now, these particular cases, they do hinge on the university's role as government entities, and that subjects entities to more strict scrutiny under the Constitution. And that's really different from the private sector employers that have much, much broader legal authority to adopt rules really as they see fit. But still, definitely getting some interest and some attention in the private sector. There's a healthcare network called Spectrum Health out of Michigan, and they are already relying on this new research to change their mandatory policy and allow for proof of natural immunity in lieu of vaccination. So labor and employment attorneys, experts, they tell me to expect additional suits once this controversial OSHA rule is issued by the Department of Labor in the coming weeks. That rule is expected to require employees that have 100 or more workers to mandate vaccination.
So there you go. We'll see if this does anything, but looks like there are at least some people trying to push back on the whole mandate situation and create at least a different standard, at least include natural immunity as part of the proof, which I don't know. I don't know if that would be considered a victory or, I mean, I guess it's better for the people that already had it, but it's
better
still
than nothing.
Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing, but at the same time, it's still, it's a weak consolation prize at best. It's like, oh, okay, right, great. You're not gonna yell at me for or if you had the virus once, it's like, oh yeah, good. But you still have to prove that you're good, which means you still have to get tested, or there's got to be a way to prove that you had it or whatever. And that's the big thing that we were talking about with the microchips that detect antibodies.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so easy to move
if you
in
don't
that
want
direction.
the vaccine, then we just got to see if you have the antibodies. Go ahead and take it's a little microchip. Don't worry, it won't track you. It just constantly measures your level of antibodies. So we will know the moment that your antibodies run out. We need to kick down your door and give you a jab.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Good times for sure. Yeah. Okay, so there's let's get into the more specific WACCINE part here.
WACCINE.
Vaccine, number one way.
Here's an interesting thing. Feral Twitch user just posted a comment here. It's valid here in Scandinavia. Showing proof of a coronavirus positive test will give you a 6-month travel pass.
You mean antibody positive?
No, you get your positive test, and then, of course, you just sort of assume that you survive COVID, and then you can use that positive test as a 6-month travel pass since you've had it in the past 6 months.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was kind of confused. I'm like, wait, what? You if you test positive, they don't lock you down, they let you travel? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm assuming it's after you've recovered, but if you have your positive test within the past 6 months in the Faroe Islands, I'm being told. Oh, wait, no, that's the name, Faroe Isle. Got it. And Numati is saying that they are getting their antibody test next week just to see if I has it and didn't know it way back in January and February. Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Is that a cheap thing, or is that? I mean, I
have no idea. There's a little bit of uncertainty between if you could even accurately measure the antibodies. I know with vaccinated people, you can't measure antibodies because of blah, 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 whatever scientific reason. They can't measure antibodies in a vaccinated person. But I guess if you're unvaccinated, you can.
Well, I'd be curious to know too. I mean, I haven't really gotten sick. There was like a week where I had a little bit of a kind of a cold feel, but it went away fairly quickly. But anyway, there's a video that's going viral on BitChute in the last month. It almost has 1 million views, which is pretty big for BitChute. And it is from the White Coat Summit. And I thought I'd share it with everybody here. This is Dr. I believe his name is Ryan. Hold on, let me get this right. Oh, I lost my notes. Yeah, Dr. Ryan Cole. And he talks about the cover-up of the autopsies done on people who died after getting the vaccines here.
Billions of dollars spent on advertising of, again, a toxin into the human body, investigational vaccines. Again, I will say to our agencies, our federal government, where's the funding for real science? They don't want you to see what we're seeing. In the laboratory, I have the tissues of a dead man on the back of my desk. I have 2 more coming next week. Guess what? Just a couple days after a shot. 50-year-old healthy triathlete. One of my favorite surgeons in town that I worked with, second shot, mountain biking gone. All right, the other concern I already brought up, we have no long-term safety data. This is what we need to emphasize to society and ask the authoritative agencies. What's the risk for cancer after the shot? We don't know. What's the risk for autoimmune disease? We don't know. What's the risk for impairing fertility for a lifetime? We don't know. So why in the world will we willy-nilly push forward at the pace and the rate that we're going without knowing these things? Complete anti-science and a complete attack on us. No more mandatory forcing of employees. How in the world are these hospitals and these employers saying, you can't work for me if you don't sign up to be a subject in an experiment on humanity? Go back to the 1947 Nuremberg Code. We're absolutely violating this as a nation and the people. Where are the billions to do the autopsies? Where are the billions to prove the science? Where are the autopsies? I will go back. Crickets. They're not there. Dismissal by the collusive media of any adverse events or death. That's a problem.
He reiterates a lot of points that have been circulating, and so I wanted to show that. And he earlier in the talk here, he shows some of the results of the differences between someone who's vaccinated and unvaccinated. And I can't remember what part of the body it was. He also talks about how the spike protein from the vaccine goes everywhere. It's not just the spot where you get your shot, and that could be a problem. And I have a second clip here just talking about how he's just, as a practicing person in medicine, he's seen cancer and other things on the rise in the last 6 months.
I have seen a 10 to 20-fold increase of uterine cancer in the last 6 months in my laboratory. And I keep data year to year to year. In the last 6 months, when did we start the shots? January. How much solid tumor cancer increase are we going to see over the next several years? Probably a lot. What's the real answer? We don't know. And sometimes that's the most honest answer in medicine, is we don't know. A doctor that tells you he or she knows everything, don't believe him. Find a new doctor.
Fauci.
Yeah.
Fauci jab. But yeah, I mean, this, again, it was going viral. It's some very interesting things. And again, goes to show that there is no consensus amongst the medical practitioners, the scientists, and the fact that mainstream media is out there. You got these people saying, the science is in. There's a consensus among scientists. It's like, no, there isn't. Not even close. It's frustrating. Especially because with something like this, it's official. This guy's been in medicine. There's like hit pieces out on this guy, on mainstream media, spreading fake news and all this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But I mean, if you're just an objective person, if you have friends, family who are just, more logical, I would say, or just maybe open to hearing all sides of a conversation, you have to expose them to this stuff like this. And I'm not saying that he's 100% correct in his assessment of everything, but it is the other side of
he joins a chorus of other doctors saying the same stuff. He's not the only one saying this.
Right. And that is the point here, that there are plenty of doctors.
The mainstream would have you believe that this guy is a lone wolf misinformation agent when there's thousands and thousands of doctors who are saying the same thing. This guy just happens to have the video that goes viral.
Right.
I did find that story, not that I need to read it here, but this is WHDH.com 7 News in Boston. Dozens of Massachusetts state's police troopers submit resignation papers over COVID-19 vaccine mandate. A judge upheld the mandate being put on the state troopers in Massachusetts, and there's like dozens of them that put in their resignation paperwork and said they're going to move to a place that doesn't require that. So there you go. Even law enforcement in the U.S. are realizing that they're individuals with rights and they don't have to do everything they're told.
There's going to be some issue with the people who, the replacements. Wasn't there a movie called The Replacements?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to go well.
How do you mean?
Because the people that are really in there, they're it's their career, it's their thing. The people that replace him aren't necessarily trained in that field, right? I mean, they might be. I think the Hochul, she said something about or have medical experience or something like that, but it doesn't mean that they know what they're doing.
She's bringing in the National Guard medical workers to help out the hospital with these. Yeah, it is an interesting sort of contradiction, because part of the problem, quote unquote, from the sort of Black Lives Matter crowd is that police training, there's not enough police training. Police academy is like less than a year long, and these younger officers are inexperienced and being thrown into situations that are too difficult to require difficult decision making, and they're it's just the system doesn't work. But now when you consider vaccine mandates, that would be generally supported by the same crowd as defund the police type folks. You've got a bunch of these officers who are resigning, and to replace them, it is a bit of a defunding the police because the police are quitting. But you're just going to need to bring in new recruits, new officers, fresh officers who are going to be a little green around the gills or whatever. Not green around the gills. They're going to be green, which means they're going to run into the same policing problems over there in Massachusetts. So yeah, it's more of it. It's just the same thing as we heard with the NHS perpetual immunity problems, where you've created this problem with lockdowns that everybody's now more in danger from diseases. It's kind of the same concept with this policing problem. You're kicking out a bunch of officers for not being vaccinated. You're bringing in new recruits, which will perpetuate a lot of the problems with the that they have with policing in the United States. They've sort of put themselves in this perpetual war of policing too.
Yeah.
The Great Reset, everybody.
Yep, and it'll be robots and I don't know, the UN.
Bring on the robots.
The UN. They're going to run out of humans that are complicit. So eventually they're going to get to the robots, but also the enhanced humans, perhaps the genetically engineered humans,
the transhumans.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple
Real
things.
Quick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was going to give this headline, and then we got some basketball stuff I want you to go off of here.
Yeah.
Going to WHBL.com here. Court blocks New York City schools vaccine mandate, sets hearing for next week. So this is another pause on a vaccine mandate for New York City schools. Again, just another pause, but we'll hear more about it next week. But there are legal actions being taken to at least take a second and examine these vaccine mandates in schools. Do we think it's going to just get overturned? Probably not. But at least people out there are taking action.
Yeah, they're pushing back.
Yeah.
Fighting the good fight. Okay. My favorite sport. Well, one of my favorite sports, at least to watch. I grew up in a home that was pretty basketball obsessed.
Sports ball.
Sports Illustrated headline. Report. Kyrie Irving, NBA anti-vaxxers at odds with NBA protocols. Vaccinated players. And here's how it reads. It appears that many NBA players are opposed to the COVID-19 vaccine, and several issues have risen concerning the league's protocols, according to an in-depth piece by Rolling Stone's Matt Sullivan. Good job, SI, getting deep sources from Rolling Stone.
Yes, the publication that just recently entirely fabricated a story about gunshot victims not being able to get taken care of in an emergency room because of unvaccinated COVID patients. Entirely fabricated, Rolling Stones. It's so bad, in fact, that they were getting called out by other mainstream media.
Yeah, it was horrible.
It was brutal.
Nets point guard Kyrie Irving's distrust of the vaccine is noted, along with several vaccinated NBA players voicing their concern about the upcoming NBA season. On August 7th, the NBA Players Association had a virtual meeting with the league where COVID-19 protocols were discussed. The NBA wanted to agree to terms that 100% of NBA players will be required to get vaccinated, but the issue was a, quote, non-starter. Get it? Yeah. Players and an executive told Rolling Stone. Unvaccinated players shut down that proposition and agreed there should be testing, but not during off days. They did agree to mandatory masks on the court and on the road, however. Yeah, then, that's the most ridiculous part about watching like the NBA and stuff now. They're all warming up with the masks on. It's like, you're about to play without your mask.
I mean, it's the same thing as
what is the point of wearing a mask while warming up? It's just, I don't know.
It's the same as wearing a mask when you're walking into a restaurant, but taking it off when you're sitting down. It's just theater.
I see a lot of people. It's gotten better, but I still see a lot of people walking around outside with masks on.
Yeah, it's California. They got to let their neighbors know how virtuous they are.
I want to give them one of Dove's flyers or something, just to.
You should print out some flyers, put them up.
Yeah, the NBA agreed to these terms and also made socially distanced travel suggested per Rolling Stone. A lot of Rolling Stone sourcing there. NBA regulators will also be looking out for forged vaccine cards.
It is a hilarious, we got to get into that, but that is a hilarious, talk about Ouroboros.
Yeah.
You have Sports Illustrated using the Rolling Stone magazine as a source.
Yeah.
It's just a non-journalistic outlet using a notoriously non-journalistic other outlet as a source.
It is a circle. It's a circle, Basil. Yeah, so NBA regulators will also be looking out for forged vaccine cards, but only if an issue was brought to their attention. Oh, they're giving him a little bit of an out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Among the unvaccinated coalition is Irving.
Somebody snitches on your card.
Snitching was a big thing in the NBA a while ago.
Yeah.
But, among the unvaccinated coalition is Irving, who is the vice president on the executive committee of the Players Union. Recently, Irving started to like Instagram posts and follow an account that claims, quote unquote, secret societies are implanting vaccines in a plot to connect black people to a master computer for, quote, a plan of Satan.
Oh my gosh,
according
he's
to
liking posts on Instagram?
No, it's about black people getting connected to a master computer for a plan of Satan. That's what he's liking.
Yeah.
Misinformation and conspiracy theories have been spreading to NBA locker rooms across the country, per the report. You mean NBA players are skeptical of the scientific dictatorship? Is that the misinformation and conspiracy theories spreading across the locker rooms?
Yeah, it is.
New York, and I love that though. That's hilarious. The Kyrie Irving is like, oh yeah, secret societies implanting vaccines. What does that even mean? Implanting vaccines? Okay, anyway. And only for black people to connect to the master computer as a plan of Satan. Not the white people. New York and San Francisco are the only two places that have required pro athletes to show proof of one COVID-19 vaccination dose to play indoors, except with an approved medical or religious exemption. Golden State Warriors. Andrew Wiggins was denied a religious exemption earlier this week, but one of Irving's family members chimed in on a possible idea for unvaccinated players. They could sit out of games in New York and San Francisco, even if it's their team. Quote, there are so many other players outside of him who are opting out. I would like to think they would make a way. Kyrie's aunt, Tyke Irving, who runs his family foundation and is one of his advisors, told Rolling Stone. Quote, it could be like every third game, so it still gives you a full season of being interactive and being on the court, but with the limitations that they're, of course, oppressing upon you. There can be some sort of formula where the NBA and the players can come to some sort of agreement. Irving's vaccination status is unclear, but NBA legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar felt strongly on the matter. Quote, the NBA should insist that all players and staff are vaccinated to remove them from the team. What? The NBA should insist that all players and staff are vaccinated or remove them from the team. Okay. Abdul-Jabbar told Rolling Stone. Okay, should I just read the Rolling Stone article? SI.com? There's no room for players who are willing to risk the health and lives of their teammates. And yada, yada, yada. It goes on and on here. The point being that, the NBA is going to suffer because they're not settled on this issue. But, I just like Kyrie, liking a post about secret societies trying to plot to connect black people to a master computer as the plan of Satan. Sounds like he should listen to our show.
I mean, he's not necessarily wrong, but the one thing he's missing is that white people will also be connected
and
to the
Asian people and
computer.
Just everybody, humans, yeah. Kyrie.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's kind of like a new agey type of guy, so it's interesting because he's not.
Was he the flat Earth fella?
He's the flat Earth fella.
Got it.
But again, he's coming at it from a new agey perspective. He's got like that. I can't remember the name of the symbol. It's some Middle Eastern, like single eye, finger, hand symbol thing tattooed on his arm.
Yeah, I know. People are very. They urgently want us to know that he's part of the occult. We know this.
We know.
Yes.
Yeah, we know.
Yes, he is. We're not
That's why
saying
he should listen to our show.
We're not saying he's a good Christian guy.
Maybe he could repent and come to the truth instead of peddling some almost truthy type of stuff, but also shrouded in.
He should also become a producer. He can keep us going for a while, probably.
We call on all NBA and former NBA players to become producers of the show. In fact, if there's one producer that I would love to have as a former NBA player, it's a guy named Andrew Bogut. He's a 7-foot man from Australia, and he's recently been very vocal about speaking out against what's happening in Australia. So, yeah.
So he's an anti-lockdown Nephilim activist. Great.
There's always a caveat when it comes to NBA players. All right, let's take a break. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, we have a short politics section and a Nephilim update. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. But until then, we want to take a second and thank some of our producers, because we are on the value for value model, folks. That's right. You might notice no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no super secret mail enhancements, supplements, none of that. It's because we have eschewed all corporate money. You'll notice YouTube, Twitch, none of that is monetized as well. And we are completely supported by producers. It's the only way that the show can keep going while also keeping us squeaky clean from corporate interests and corporate money. I mean, this is I know you hear me talk about it all the time, but it should be a point of pride for Canary Cry listeners, and even more so Canary Cry producers, that they are single-handedly keeping us squeaky clean from corporate censorship, self-censorship in order to protect advertising dollars, and they should feel good about the fact that we are not, we didn't fall for the trap of gathering up their trust, their consciousness, their attention, packaging it up and selling it off to advertisers for our own personal gain. Because that's exactly what the advertising industry does ask of us, folks. They don't care. They don't care what you think, how you feel, what you do. They just want to gain your attention and then psychologically manipulate you into purchasing products, steering your buying habits, all in the name of just one more little product, one more advertisement, one more subscription plan, folks, and you can finally achieve happiness thanks to the big data, privacy infiltrating mind control devices of the advertising companies and their affiliates in the corporate media, including things like Google, Facebook, social media places. You know, we're all concerned about our privacy being abused and our data being collected. But it's not just that they're collecting the data, it's that they're turning around and selling it to advertisers who then use that data to fund your favorite podcasts in order to control your behavior. But not here, folks. No, we raise the rebel fist in the air to fight against the forever war that is the war for your attention to guide your economic life. And that's what it's like here, folks. We have turned our back on that system, that global theology, and gone with the value for value model, which is very simple. We create value. We do it 3 times a week. We try our very hardest at it. And if you get any value out of what we do, you have the opportunity or the responsibility to put value back in. And indeed, a time will come where you will feel so honored to become a producer of the show, because maybe you don't think about it now. Maybe you just like listening to the show. Maybe you love the show. Maybe you listened to it for years, but you just haven't taken that step and become a producer. But someday, when you look at the clock and it's 11:11, or you look at your receipt at the gas station and it's 33:33, something will happen, folks, that will then weigh on your hearts to realize that if you don't become a producer, who knows how long the show can keep going. So if you appreciate what we're doing here, if you get any value out of it, whether it's education or education, entertainment, maybe you don't have the time to read all these stories, and we put the time into it, folks. We read about 200 articles a week between the two of us, and we put together the show 3 times a week. If you appreciate that, please become a producer. Gons, you have anything to say about that?
Other than I appreciate all the producers that have already jumped in and helped us out. No, not really. Just
that's right.
Don't be a mooch.
Don't be a mooch. That's right. And we're going to thank some of those producers right now. Are you ready?
Yes.
The first place you can become a producer is by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT, patreon.com/CCNT. And we have one new producer over there, Gons, and that is producer Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
Yay! Canary. Thank you very much, producer Rob. And that is it for the Patreon account. But if you don't like Patreon, that's okay. That's why we have CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCryRadio.com/support is a wonderful place filled with happiness and love that you can go to support the show. You can support the show in a couple different ways. If you're a cool crypto person, you can support the show with your cryptocurrency. You can join up and support the show on a monthly basis if you want to make a commitment to keeping the show going. But if commitment's not your thing, you can go ahead and make a one-time producership in any amount. And Gons, who do we have coming in over there?
On the PayPal, we have a lot of people coming in with subscriptions, and we appreciate that on the monthly basis. And Knights and Dames that have come in over the years, and we appreciate you as well. To kick things off for this episode 394, the first producer is our executive producer for this show, and that is Scott K.
Scott K, the man. Scott K is on a streak.
They're on a streak.
He's been supporting the show for 54 episodes in a row, and today he is the executive producer of Canary Cry News Talk episode 394. He comes in with $133.33. He's one of our mega big daddy Illuminati handlers for the day, and he sends a note. He says, "Got some overtime at work, so I thought I would share God's blessing. Keep up the great work, guys." Thank you very much, Scott K. And what a wonderful example you're setting. You know, when God blesses our producers know what they got to do. Turn around and bless the show. Thank you very much, Scott K. We appreciate it.
Where'd you find this? Illuminatus!
All the above. Thank you, Scott K.
Thanks, Scott K.
Next up, we have Brian D.
Producer Brian D comes in with $49.65. That might be just minus fees or something. I'm not sure what that is, what that number means, but we thank you very much, producer Brian D.
Thank you, Brian D. Next, we have, I believe we didn't get a note for, I don't think so. It is an anonymous person who gave us some Dogecoin.
Ooh, been a while since the Dogecoin came in.
Yeah, 157.75 Dogecoins.
What is that, around $30?
It's around 30. And it depends, it's not a very stable market.
Maybe it's 33. We'll say he was one of our crypto Illuminati producers.
Illuminatus!
Thank you very much, producer Anonymous.
Yeah, anonymous, too. It's the anonymous crypto.
Anon.
33. There you go. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Aaron J.
Aaron J is on a streak.
They're on a streak.
15 episodes in a row, which means Aaron J is a rocket man.
Is he?
15 episodes in a row.
Rocket Man, burning out his fuse out here alone.
Thank you very much, Aaron J. Aaron J came in a couple of times. One for $22, one for $7.99, and a note: "Can I please have a Lear bag IM vaccine, please? Also, can I have a Nobody Likes You booster? Much appreciated."
It's Corona time. COVID-19, 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 yes. COVID-19, COVID-19. Coronavirus! You know what? Nobody likes you, Booster.
That was a wonderful combination, but I believe he's talking about IM vaccine. Vaccine number one way.
Okay.
I mean, we always love the COVID-19 jingle. It's a crowd favorite for sure, but let's give him what he asked for.
All right, here we go.
Vaccine. Vaccine number one way. You know what? Nobody likes you, Booster.
There it is. Thank you very much, Aaron J.
Thank you, Aaron J. Appreciate it. There's your little ding there.
There's your jingle.
Next up, we have Sam W.
Producer Sam W. came in as a new recurring producer, comes in for $12.60. Thank you very much, Sam.
I thought it was a recurring. I think it might have been a one-time. I was very confused what PayPal was telling me. So I don't know.
It's a recurring.
Is it?
Yep.
But then it said one time.
No. When you become a recurring, it goes through right away. So we do get the producership comes in. But he has signed up for a recurring producership.
Okay, that's what I thought too. I saw it. I just wasn't sure because then in the thing it said one time. All right. Well, either way, thank you very much, Sam W. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Next up, we have Sir Salmon's Night of the Fished. You mean the fishes?
Couldn't put that together, huh? You just had to point out the misspelling, huh? Just couldn't let it go. Just couldn't let it go.
I expect all Rosewaters to be flawless in their spelling and grammar.
It's never going to happen. I mean, this is great content, wonderful content for the show. Sir Salmons comes in, and he's on a streak. Supporting the show, 8 episodes in a row, comes in for 11.11. And a note, happy Monday, Canarians. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Boosters are rolling out for people at my workplace. Vaccine printer go brrr. Gons, can you play I Am Vaccine? Have a great day, guys. Many blessings from the fishes.
Vaccine, number one way.
Are we going to single-handedly ruin that guy's political career? Because nobody picked up on that. We were the only people that I think picked up on the I Am Vaccine and like made a big deal about it.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, we're a very special show that way. Nobody sees what we see, Gons.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes. Appreciate the producership for this episode. Next up, we have Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Sir Casey's on a streak.
Wrong button, wrong page. There we go. And he's on a streak.
63 episodes in a row, comes in with a pocket full of sevens. Thank you very much, Sir Casey.
Thank you, Sir Casey. Next up, we have JC.
JC's on a streak. 17 episodes in a row and a pocket full of sevens. And a note, I may be sick at home instead of work, but that won't stop me from streaking. Hope y'all have a blessed day. Thank you very much, JC. And yeah, sorry you're sick at home. Hope you feel better.
Yeah, well, he's streaking. He's feeling good enough.
He's feeling fine.
Yeah. Thank you very much, JC. Next up, we have Heather and Russ. Thank you very much. They are on a streak as well.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
8 episodes in a row, pocket full of sevens. Thanks, Gons and Basil. Heather Russ. Thank you, Heather Russ.
Thank you, Heather Russ. Next up, we have Sarah P.
Sarah P comes in with 392. This was show number producership for episode 392. And a note here, in episode 392, during the break, you guys were talking about, it's Wednesday, my dudes. I think the original, he is wearing a Spider-Man suit. Yes, that is correct. Fun fact, I went to high school with that guy. Ooh. Thought I'd share and donate because it made me laugh. Huh, interesting. Wow, you went to high school with an internet meme, Sarah?
Wow.
He's a pretty funny guy, actually. I think he was big in the Vine scene during Vine times. Well, lucky you, Sarah. Thank you very much for the producership. And I will say, if you track the butterfly effect, who asked for that for me to do the it's Wednesday, my dudes thing? Who was it?
I don't remember.
Sir Salmons. Sir Salmons in episode 393, or no, 392, asked me to do that. And the butterfly flapped its wings, and the hurricane appeared on the other side of the earth with Sarah P. coming in with 392. Thank you very much, Sarah P.
Nice. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Giant's Bane.
Giant's Bane is on a streak. 3 episodes in a row, which means Giant's Bane 16 is heating up.
He's heating up. Oh yes, he's heating up.
He's heating up.
I had a brain scratch fart moment.
Yeah.
I was looking at the third jingle, which is number 9, which is lit, but yeah, wasn't quite there yet. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Giants Bane 16 comes in with 374. That's a pocket full of threes plus the fees. Thank you very much. And a note, workplaces are funny nowadays. I started running a fever and coughing. So I got tested for COVID. Test was negative, thank God. But I've been told to wait for a call till I can come back. Guess I have the Bane variant. LOL. Giants Bane 16. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, just in general, we should live in a society where if you're sick with anything, you shouldn't feel pressured to go to work.
Yeah.
Like, that's just in general a weird thing from the olden days where you could be sick, and still feel obligated to go to work or school. Now you got to pay the bills, so there should be some infrastructure put in for that. But yeah, that's one of the things that just will never be the same.
I feel like I'm one of the last generations that got that kind of I don't know if it's a work ethic or what, but because I remember when I was a kid, I would be sick and I'd be like, I'm still going to school, I'm still going to swim practice. It's like, but I got a sore throat, and sometimes my mom would be like, "Are you sure you're like not looking good?" I'm like, "No, I'm doing it." It's probably it was probably one of those like. That who's the what am I talking about? The knight with his limbs getting chopped off and he keeps fighting. 'Tis a flesh wound. That guy, Monty Python. Yeah. It's a little bit of that, but Ciara says because you're Asian. That's true. Yeah, it's probably true.
All right, who's next?
You get sick, you are failure. Okay, next up we have Brant T.
Brant T. Is this not Brant W?
Is it W?
I think it's Brant W.
Brant W.
Brant W's on a streak.
Let me check, but yeah, I think you're right. I probably messed that up. I remember writing it and thinking, that looks a little off.
Well, he's on a streak, so get ready for this. 18 episodes in a row, which means Brand W is going supernova, baby.
This is Charlie, November Tango. You are approaching supernova. Repeat, you are approaching supernova.
Comes in with a pocket full of threes plus fees for she's. Thank you very much, Brant.
Thank you, Brant T. Brant W. It would have to be Brant W because, a new Brant with a T wouldn't have been on a streak that long.
True that.
Next up, we have Veronica D. Oh,
Veronica D.
There we go.
Is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
29 episodes in a row. Comes in with a pocket full of threes and a robot emoji and a little man wearing sunglasses. Thank you very much, Veronica D.
Thank you, Veronica D. Next up, we have Big Tank.
Big Tank, what's your 20?
This is Rubber Ducky. What's your 1020? Over.
Chug you.
We got us a convoy. Over.
17 episodes in a row, pocket full of threes, and a note. Have a blessed Monday, y'all. Big Tank.
Thank you, Big Tank.
Very much.
I'd like to know what he's heard in the grapevine.
Yeah, I wonder if he's protesting today.
Or being surveilled by the police department.
Well, definitely that.
Yeah. What is he listening to? Some crazy internet people. Next up, Juan A.
Juan A is on a streak. 21 episodes in a row, which means, he gets the 21 gun salute.
Got me, partner.
Yeah. We've only played that one a couple times. Juan A comes in with a pocket full of threes and a note. Happy Monday, amigos y todos.
Thank you very much, Juan A. Next up, we have Gail M.
Gail M is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
You keep stepping on Newsom, man. He's not going to like it.
Settle down there, partner. 31 episodes in a row, 316 and a note. Hola, chicos dolce. So, Basil, how's your baby Racion? What is that?
Raccoon?
What does that mean? Oh, is that Spanish for raccoon? A racion. This is way
probably
cooler. After you told your racion stories, I just happened to see my Gideon's Bible as I walked by it, and now I can't stop singing Rocky Raccoon. Okay, I'm seeing this now. God bless y'all. XXXX. Oh. Yeah, sadly, I have not seen. He's not a baby. He's an adolescent raccoon. He is not returned. Once in a while, I'll hear a bump in the night and think maybe it's him crawling around somewhere, but he has yet to offer himself as my new son.
Jagged777 in the chat says, "Is there a way to buy these jingles for ringers on my phone?"
Hey, NFT, man.
We should NFT
these suckers.
These jingles. We should do it.
Yeah.
There's not a way right now, but if you're savvy enough, you can probably just record it while we play it.
Yeah, you could technically do it yourself, but who knows? What do you got? You got 10,000 Cardano? I'll clip it for you. I'll clip it for you for some Bitcoin, my man. If you do clip it, remember to produce the show. Got to put the value back in if you get the value out.
Yep.
Okay, who's next?
Next up, Dodie the Coyote.
Dodie the Coyote is on a streak. 2 episodes in a row, comes in with 250 and a note says, "Woo, big suey" at Pizza Rat. We have secret messages being passed back and forth between our producers.
All right, next up we have Runk Smash.
Runk Smash is on a streak. 18 episodes in a row, comes in with 203, 1 cent per character of the following microfiction that reads like this. Our heroes emerge from the time stream at a holiday party, borrowing a cheap suit from the mandator. They tied up in the closest Basil
closet.
In the closet, Basil sneaks out and accidentally elbows an executive posterior. Thinking fast, he hides behind the nearest Cuomo.
I like this one. Also, I think Runk Smash is on Supernova?
Yes.
This is Charlie November Tango. You are approaching Supernova. Repeat, you are approaching Supernova.
Sorry, almost missed that. Thank you very much, Frank Smash. Wow. I mean, again, just the deep Canary Cry lore being created in these microfictions is out of this world.
I think if we get a book of all these microfictions, it'll make sense.
I know. Someday we'll have to put it all together.
There's a lot of things we need to put together for all of our producers. Come at us every episode.
We need other producers to put things together for the producers.
Yeah.
Just real quick, we do have this final one here, and we also had producer Jack V come in.
Okay.
With some Cardano.
Okay. Let me look that up in the meantime.
I'll do it off of the email. I got it pulled up here, but first,
Jack V. You want me to give him a little gong?
Sure. Yeah, do Jack V.
Jack V.
There he is. Jack V comes in and note, "Hey fam, I just sent the 3.3. Hold on. I didn't read this whole note. Let me make sure there's nothing secret here. Nope, looks good. Okay. Hey, fam, I just sent the 3.3 ADA. I was curious listening to last Friday's episode. From my knowledge, Gonzo, you have an electronic jingle board. Would it be helpful at all if we produced a physical jingle board for you? Ooh. Also, whatever happened to the giveaways you guys did? It's been a while. Yeah, good question.
Oh, yeah,
I'd like to host one if it seems good to you guys. Maybe like the last one where it was to promote the show. I was thinking the prize could be a starter crypto package.
Ooh.
Let me know. And play that Newsome Science, baby, and Cuomo's Doing It jingle.
Oh, here's Newsome Science.
It's Newsome Science, baby! Ha!
And which Cuomo one? I have like a whole thing of Cuomo.
Just do one of his kissy jingles or whatever. Just pick one.
I do kiss people on the forehead. I do kiss people on the cheek. I do kiss people on the hand. I do hug people, men and women. I do it with everyone.
That's
there
good.
You go.
He ends his note with ooh. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, let's take these questions one by one here. Physical board. Have we talked about the physical jingle board, Gons?
You know, I do have a Novation. Yeah, let me reach for it here. I have a Novation Launchpad, which is a MIDI board, And in theory, I can set it up. It would just take some time to really...
You know, they make actual big physical boards that integrate
like for the radio
interface style, where you still have pages. I've seen them. I forget what it's called, but it's got like a bunch of buttons on it, but the buttons are also little LED screens, so you can go. It's like digital pages. What are you?
My computer's freaking out, and I don't know. Are we still live?
Yeah.
Everything is flashing on my side.
I disappeared. Everything is flashing. Uh-oh. Whoa, everything's going crazy.
I touched something and everything stopped working. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure the recorder's still going.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Why?
Oh, things are going crazy. Everybody's flickering. Folks who are just listening, sorry for a moment. We've got some
I don't know what I'm doing.
Crazy technological glitches going on here.
I have like a haunted computer. Okay, I think
it does seem to have a mind of its own, doesn't it? What is it doing?
Okay, hold on. Oh no, did the recorder stop? Okay, no, I don't want to change it. Mine's still going too. All right, Audition. Good stuff. Okay. Basil, you're there.
I am blinking. So crazy.
All right. I think we're back to normal. All right. I'm not going to touch anything over here. Apparently, when I touch anything, the computer goes, bleh.
Anyways, guys.
Okay, yes. Physical board.
There are a collection of some pretty high-tech physical soundboards that you can get that still have sort of digital pages, similar to how you do it now. It's just instead of using your mouse, you kind of, it's physical. It's got a layout of buttons, big, nice buttons you could click. It's just an option. I don't think you've ever thought about it, but I have played around with one of these before. It's something to consider.
Yeah, I'm open for suggestions. I mean,
well, let's do a little bit of research, and if it helps things go faster, and it's more tactile,
right?
Having to deal with like little mouse, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Also, whatever happened to the giveaways? Yeah, we haven't done a giveaway in a while.
That's on us. We're just forgetful.
Well, it's a mix. It's a mix because a producer has to, put up a prize. We had a couple of people offer prizes. I don't remember why we had to put it on pause. We had to put it on pause for a reason, and then we just never picked it back up. But I think a nice little crypto starter package would be an awesome way to do it. We'll think about that. Jack V, keep in touch. We can email back and forth. That might be fun. Okay.
All right. Last producer here is Ciara. I'm only coming out of one ear. Hold on.
Producer Ciara's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
26 episodes in a row. And a note. So God created the great sea creatures and every living creature that moves, with which the waters swarm according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:21 ESV. Thank you very much, Ciara.
Thank you, Ciara. And that does it for the producers for episode number 394. We appreciate all of you coming in. It means a lot to us that... especially the streakers coming in every episode. I mean, it
takes a dedicated team of producers to keeping the show going.
Blown away by just the continued
people who take it seriously.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So thank you very much to all the producers out there who came in with their treasure. We're gonna
let them be an inspiration to those out there who have not yet become a producer.
Yes. But we understand not everybody can come in with their treasure. Times are tough, but. You can also contribute to the show and become a producer by contributing your time or talent. I want to thank Christine C. for doing the timestamps for episode 393. And actually, I think we forgot to do an art piece that Christine C. sent in, so we'll do that in the art section. Was there a jingle? I'm trying to think. I got kind of distracted setting up everything today, and I'm trying to remember if I missed a jingle that came in or not. I don't think so. Let me double check though, because things can get. Okay, that's right. Marty B sent in a technical question. I think if I'm forgetting somebody's jingle that they sent in, I apologize. We'll do it in the next show. But let's go straight to the art for today.
Okay.
Where's my art jingle? Maybe I need that art, the jingle board there.
One art, please.
Might come in handy. First up, we have Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this piece comes accompanied with a note. And the note says, if I can find the note, it's titled Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it says here, quote, the argument began following the passage of the House bill that would codify abortion rights into law. This is quoting Christianity. Hold on. This is quoting MSN.com. This Marjorie Taylor Greene meltdown reveals an uncomfortable truth about Christianity.
Yeah, I almost brought this article to the show. It was very interesting. They focused. So this was after a House bill, I believe, passed the House, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, as she's very good at doing, creating stories, mostly by yelling at people.
Well, she's doing the Trump is what she's doing. She's trying to.
That's what I'm saying. She shows up with cameras and yells at people, and then it becomes a news story.
I'll read the quotes here, unless you have some commentary.
I was just going to explain the review of the story, unless she does it.
I think she kind of does it here. So, the quotes out of the story here. The argument began following the passage of a House bill that would codify abortion rights into law. Right-wing conspiracy theorist and anti-abortion advocate Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene began to yell somewhat incoherently at gathered lawmakers and demonstrators. Representative Debbie Dingell, Democrat from Michigan, a supporter of abortion rights, yelled back at Greene that she was being uncivil. Yelled back, eh? Okay. Quote, you should practice the basic things you're taught in church. Respect your neighbor, Dingell shouted. Is it respect your neighbor or love your neighbor? Anyway, Greene blasted back. Taught in church. Are you kidding me? Trying to be a Christian and supporting... Try being a Christian and supporting life. Dingell responded, you try being a Christian and try treating your colleagues decently. Well, this is weird. This is like a weird moral, I
know. And the whole article was about this. They got into a yelling match about what being a Christian means.
Sure, yeah.
And
it looks like
the whole article was like, is this Christianity thing even good for us?
Yeah.
It's just a very strange strange interaction and a very strange write-up about the interaction too.
Yeah, continuing on here. Dingell thinks being a Christian means being neighborly and civil. Greene thinks being a Christian means attacking anyone who supports abortion rights. But they both agree that being a Christian is morally good and that Christianity is virtuous. For a Jewish atheist like myself, that framework is wearisomely familiar. It's also disheartening. Despite Dingell's best intentions, the equation of Christianity and goodness buttresses Greene's white Christian nationalism and the politics of hate and hierarchy that go along with it.
Yeah, I know. It was a very hard story to follow. That's part of why I didn't bring it, is because it was very much like, I'm a Jewish atheist, so I have a very special perspective on what Christianity means.
That's interesting too. Yeah. And Jewish atheist. So you're ethnically Jewish, but you are philosophically and spiritually atheist.
Right, which is like, okay, why do you even bring ethnicity into it? You're trying to say what they're trying to say is Christians did the Holocaust, but like that's not really relevant.
I remember at the beginning of when I started doing a lot of ministry stuff, especially after I published Age of Deceit, the first one, a lot of people were like, well, Hitler was a Christian. Hitler was a Christian, and it was like, where are you even getting that? And then I realized that he had met with the Pope, right before all the stuff started. So people think that he got like his blessing to do what he did from the Vatican, and it's like, well, the Vatican.
And certain Catholic churches were sort of conscripted into the Nazi regime to help control the narrative. Yeah, which is like, and it's like, yes, some people don't understand the difference between American evangelical Christianity and the pre-World War II Catholic German establishment.
Yeah.
So it's just
and I think the point being made here, and Ebony Blaze is reiterating the point that the comment from the email here. It's like we're watching Christians become the official enemy in real time. And
right.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think, it's just using Christianity as sort of a moral basis for what you do. And if it's the problem here with like both Green and Dingle is that they have opposing presuppositions. And so if you can have a conversation about the presuppositions about your faith, then you can maybe have a little bit more of a civil discussion. But you're coming at this at a time when all you're doing is political virtue signaling from both sides. So it doesn't help Green because for the mainstream, Green is like low-hanging fruit. It's like, oh yeah, we can totally pick on all Christians because look at this crazy Christian lady.
But when you read the article, again, that is an interesting point. There are two different sort of perspectives on that, but it's written from this third strange perspective. And he makes a big deal about Christian ethics and how
it's a she, Chelsea Stahl, the author.
As a Jewish atheist, the Christian ethics don't resonate. And if you know what you're talking about, you know that there is no Christian ethics. It's Judeo-Christian ethics. Christian ethics come from ancient Jewish ethics.
Right.
And so for a Jewish person to say
she's not aware of her own history.
Yeah, it's like you don't know where Christian ethics come from. They come from the Bible, a Hebrew
interesting.
ancient.
Okay, so the author is painting both sides of Christianity as sort of a
they
problem.
don't like any Christianity being present at all, which is what I think Ebony Blaze was saying, which is it's not about which Christianity is better. It's the very fact that these two Christians are fighting is used as evidence that all Christianity is bad.
It's the old how many denominations are there type of argument, right? Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And along with that comes Allie's beautiful portrait of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Very recognized. It's all in the eyes with Marjorie Taylor Greene here. And thank you very much, Dame Allie.
Thank you, Dame Allie.
Very well done.
And always sparking conversation. Dame Allie has a knack for covering, recently especially, stories that we just like, and we're not avoiding them, but like there's just stories that are kind of on the cuff.
They just don't make it onto the show.
Yeah, they don't make it onto the show, but it's kind of important. We see it and we're like, maybe we should talk about it, maybe not. But then Dame Allie brings them up, so it really just kind of works out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somebody else is in charge of some of this stuff. You know what I mean? All right. Thank you very much, Dame Allie. Next up, we have Sir Dove.
One art piece from Dove.
And let me throw that art in there. And the note reads, Peace. Had the idea for this one last week after you guys shared that wild article about the occult and Detroit Lions wizardry. So I made a graphic for their dark fan club. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for you. P.S. The next time I'm back in the Detroit section of Rusbeltia, I'll print a few of these out with "Sign up now" at CanaryCry.Party written at the bottom to hang around town. Very good.
That'd be a good one. And this is hilarious. It is, okay. So for those who are aware of the sort of Baphomet iconography, the statues that go up, you've got your Baphomet with one hand up, one hand down. And traditionally, along with this, there are children on either side of the Baphomet. And here we have Dove's rendition. We've got it's almost like an ecstatic football fan dressed up as Baphomet, or Baphomet in the manifestation of a shirtless football fan sitting on a stool, one hand up with an NFL football, one hand down, and beside him, instead of children, he's got one Detroit Lions mascot with googly eyes, big lion head, googly eyes in the uniform there, pointing at the Baphomet on his our right side looking at him. We've got a wizard a wizard with a big star and moon hat and googly eyes as well. Detroit Lions logo on his wizard robes, holding up a crystal ball. And the titles here, before we get into the Easter eggs, we've got Detroit, fans of the Dark Lord and the Lions. Help us manifest that win. Get a group ticket pack. Never sit alone. Never sit alone amongst 100,000 festering souls again. We've got the NFL logo with a little derpy Baphomet on it, and it's NFL stands for Necromancers Football League. And there you go. I'll let you zoom in and tell us some of the finer details, Gons.
Well, the football that he's holding up, same thing, the same NFL logo, and yeah, the Necromancers Football League. And then you have the crystal ball inside of, the crystal ball that the wizard is holding has a newspaper that says, Detroit News, Lions win.
Yes, he's divining a win for the Lions for once.
Well, a Super Bowl win because he's holding up the, I forget the name of the trophy, the football trophy. Oh, man.
I think it's called the football trophy.
No, it's not. There's a name for it. I seriously haven't watched football in a while, so I forget the name of it. Those are things I used to know. Brain made space for other info, apparently. Other than that, I don't know that there is a whole lot of Easter eggs in this one.
It's nice. I think you got it, though. It's this is really going to go well. We need to print this up, paste this all over Detroit. Get some people tuning into the show here. Yeah. Heisman. It's the Heisman Trophy.
It's not the Heisman Trophy. It's not the Heisman Trophy.
No, the Heisman is something else.
That's what the college.
The man. That's the copper man.
Yeah, that's the college guy. Lombardi Trophy. Thank you. Lombardi Trophy. There it is. Okay. So there you go. Thank you, Dove. Appreciate
Thank you very much,
the
Dove.
piece here. Next up, I forgot to download this one. I'm gonna get on this one for a second here.
All right. Well,
give me a moment.
This one we missed last week, which we are apologetic about, but we had a great piece come in. Is this the one from Christine?
Oh no, I was doing the Ryan N.
Oh yeah, we got to do that too.
The third.
Did you
page.
Get the Christine one?
I do have it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
good.
the one I mentioned.
Bro, while you're doing this. Yeah. I gotta complain.
Okay, I got the art.
I need a new VR thing. I tried buying new controllers. This one is broken. And honestly, I'm not trying to complain and say my life is so hard. It is constantly stuck in a scrolling up phase. So the entire show for 4 hours, whenever I'm on a web page, it is constantly scrolling up. And I have to keep scrolling down. And I'm just like suffering through it, but I'm trying to go get Christine's art right now. And I have tried 7 times to click on the email and it just scrolls up and I end up clicking on something else. And they won't sell me separate VR controllers. I have to purchase an entirely new VR helmet.
Really?
With new controllers.
Oh,
yes.
that is some industry shenanigans right there.
Rip-off.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get the new one because the new one is all built by Facebook and all hooked into the Panopticon. I'm working with the last model before it's all hooked in with Facebook, and I'm just at a loss. I don't know what to do. And to purchase an entirely new helmet, I could get a different one. I could get like an HTC or something.
Could you?
But it's just expensive,
Couldn't you go on like an eBay to find a used one or something?
I could try. I could try. I could. Yes, and I should try that. I mean, it's just crazy. It's like I'm stuck in this world that is constantly scrolling up. I'm having to read these. I'm reading these articles,
right.
And when I get all glitchy during an article, it's because my whole web page scrolled up like 3 pages, and I have to scroll down. I'm lost it. I finally lost it at this exact moment.
It's funny because you're not exactly advertising a VR, as
part of the art. It's part of the art project.
Sure.
There's many layers to what I do and present myself on this show, and this is one of them. Is sort of a, there was a Ravel review left recently. and referred to me as an anti-icon, which I really liked. I mean, just to toot my own horn for a second, but whoever left this review, I really loved it because I'm like, wow, this person gets what I'm trying to do with the googly eyes and the this and the that. But anywho, I'm losing my mind with this scrolling issue. We're going to have to do it. I just got to buy a new thing because it is.
We'll get one for you.
For 4 hours during the show, I'm constantly fighting against my own scrolling thingy. Yeah, okay. All right, next art.
VR world is not as glamorous as it would seem, folks.
No, it's horrible. And you know what? I've just been suffering through it and not mentioning. I mean, I guess I do mention my controller's broken quite a bit, but I can't do it anymore, man. I'm going crazy. I'm losing my mind.
You know, it's funny. I was staring into your googly eyes as you said, I'm losing my mind, and somehow it all kind of fits together.
It all came together.
It all makes sense. We're doing Ryan N's art pieces here. The oh gosh, what was it called? You always talk about it. I forget the name of the thing. Comic.
What? Graphic novel.
Graphic novel. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's just, this is the third page of what he sent us so far. Last page it was setting up the global pandemic type thing, and now we're on to the actual pandemic.
Yes, page 3 of the epilogue here. I can't pull it up, so I'm gonna have to go from the stream here. Yes, and the pandemic starts up at the top in the first cell. We've got sick people with boils all over themselves in a hospital with the hazmat suit people, and the text is saying, "People worldwide were struck with painful sores. Doctors and pharmaceutical companies were racing for a vaccine to no avail until one day." Then we've got a man here.
I realized I'm scrolling up as you read it. And it must be driving you insane as I slowly just scroll up as you're looking at this.
I have no control over my life. I have no control. And I can't even zoom in. When I try to zoom in, my controller automatically zooms out.
Okay.
It's like every moment is a struggle in this VR world.
Until one day, there's a guy on a phone. I am receiving word that a cure was found. I repeat, a cure has been found. And then
he's an anchor.
He's an anchor. News anchor. Okay, and then it says in the box here, a cure was discovered by a little-known company by the name of Cupido International. CUPIDO. What was that? I don't know what's going on. And then it's got headed by CEO Benedict Guiel, Guiel. Guiel. He's I don't know, a fella with a real pronounced chin.
He's a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
He's
bushy
a businessman
eyebrows
that will fix us all.
Yeah, I like the chin, the pronounced chin, and the hairy bushy eyebrows.
Johns loves chins.
And he's pointing at this old man who's drooling on a wheelchair. And it says, and his Italian billionaire backer, Lucius Falsus.
Ooh, Lucius
Falsus. Interesting.
Ooh.
Oh, and by the way, this breaking news is on GNN, the global, what is this? Global news. I can't read what it says. Does it say network? It must say network, but I don't know.
Yeah,
it's kind of scribbly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the stock report, UBI and Core. I'm guessing that's coronavirus? I don't know. And then the last cells, or the last row. No, it's the last cell. At the bottom, it's a stage with a big UN logo in the background. It's got the logos of the different religions that you often see from the coexist.
Yeah, coexist religions.
And then it says RIP under the logo, and on the top left it says, to some, the timing was astonishing. And then it says a person on the stage saying, brothers and sisters, and he's a scary looking dude there. But okay, so it says, to some the timing was astonishing, but to most it was a miracle. Aha, there we go. Yeah, I'm bad at reading through graphic novels. This is not that's not my deal.
I haven't had the practice.
Yeah.
Okay, but wonderful. Thank you very much, Ryan. And as we continue to make it through the pages you have sent us, it's the tension is building. I can feel it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the foam that goes between my. It's time, Gons. The foam between my face and the VR helmet has slipped off, and the VR helmet is literally gluing itself to my face.
Take mask. Oh, this is part of the agenda. It's been the plan the whole time.
I'm waiting for that 10,000 Bitcoin. I'll take it off for the Bitcoin. I literally have a VR. It's melding itself to my face.
I'm telling you, we're living out our own sci-fi right here. The VR mask is attacking your face. It is trying to become one with you. The iron is trying to mix with your clay.
We started reporting in 2015 or 16 about how the goal is to have everybody work from home in VR space.
Yeah.
Just for everybody to, if you're not following along in the storyline here, I believe that I am one of, if not the first person in the world who is entirely, my employment is totally done within the VR space. So there's
got to be other people out there doing
I don't know. You'd think so, but I'm certainly the most vocal about it. I'll tell you what. And it's literally gluing itself to my face. Time to upgrade the hardware.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan N.
Thank you, Ryan N. All right. Time to show the piece from Christine C that we forgot last week. This is our bad on that one.
Sorry we missed this one, Christine, but glad we got it this week.
We got a note here from her on the piece. I've been thinking a lot about the first deception that mankind went through and what lessons we can learn from it. The serpent got the woman to question Yah's command and his character. Let us take his command seriously and appreciate his character, especially in these dark days. And this is a piece here where it has the tree of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, I believe.
Yeah, very colorful, very beautiful rendition of this. And we've got the tree with the fruit hanging down and the legged serpent slithering on down. And we've got Eve here being tempted. And I like Adam in the background just watching. Like, what are you doing, woman?
He's all bruh.
Yes, but we've got a beautiful sunset here in the garden. Very beautiful. Thank you very much, Christine C.
And Genesis 3:1 at the bottom there. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other beast of the field that Yah had made. He said to the woman, did Yah really say ... There you go.
Dun, dun, dun. Yes, and we have someone commenting about how the snake has hands. Biblically, the biblical timeline, snakes had legs and feet before the tempting of Eve, and the removal of those legs and arms, or just legs, 4 legs, I suppose, was part of the punishment by God for the serpent. So that is why the snake has arms.
And also the Hebrew nakash there, Dr. Heiser's talked quite a bit about it, means shining one.
Yes.
Yeah, some Bible translations have changed the serpent to shining one, and it's both correct. It's not that they're changing the Bible. It's just that they're changing the interpretation into English to a potentially more accurate way.
Yes, somebody is saying they're not sure. They're not sure about... I'm just telling you, you read the Bible. Is the snake's feet, hands, and legs got taken away after that?
Well, it doesn't say it got taken away. It just says that you'll eat the dust of the ground as punishment.
Wriggle around.
Yeah.
On the dirt, in the dirt. Okay, beautiful.
Thank you very much, Christine C. Appreciate it. And again, we apologize for missing you on the last week. Okay, next up we have Mike B. sent us a couple pieces here. This first one, I'm going to pick we'll show it. It's fine. The artwork.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sometimes it's not art. It's just, commentary with a little bit of photoshopping going on.
Oh, yes. These standards will be raised in the future, though.
Yeah.
We will be enforcing art rules. Okay, what is this? Who is this?
This is...
what am I looking at?
I'm trying to find his note here. I thought I had a note from Mike. Oh, here we go.
Is this like the Shah of Iran winking at us?
Hey guys, been busy, but I'm back with some new offerings for the show. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, I think this is it's titled Taliban,
Mm-hmm.
Tally ban, and yeah, I think it's supposed to be the guy who's running the Taliban who's missing an eye.
All right.
Okay, and then the second one here.
There's a little emoji of a winking emoji.
A winking emoji, yep.
Taliban's winking at us. Okay.
And the second one is the rendition of the border crisis with the men on the horse whipping the people, the Haitians. But instead of the Haitians, it's Joe Biden being whipped.
That's fun. That's always fun.
That's good.
Yeah, did you hear the response about that? They're banning the use of horses for this border patrol.
We talked about it. I think we talked about it last episode.
I don't know if it happened officially at that time, but they did officially ban the use of horses. I know, it's like
nothing to do with the horses.
The horses were not the problem.
And you know, in the terrain that they're in, that where that stuff was taking place, what are you going to do? You can't go out there and I guess you can roll out the robot dogs now, but
yeah, get the drones.
Yeah, the drones,
the net firing drones. That's not problematic at all.
Yeah. Anyway, ridiculous. Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mike B. Appreciate it. Real quick, we want to mention. Oh, we're going to do Canary Cry meetups here, and if I can find the jingle here.
Canary Cry meetup.
CanaryCryMeetups.com. Learn all about all the meetups happening all around the world. Or if you are in a location that is not hosting a meetup nearby, you can start your own. Find Canarians who think like you in your local area. I believe there is... let me just mention the ones coming up here. October 30th, Ohio Canary Cry Meetup at the Basil Pizza and Wine Bar. That's one that's being organized by Ciara. She also has one planned for November 6th and December 4th, and she's open for ideas for 2022. Contact Ciara, ciaralauren93@gmail.com. There's an EU meetup happening. Mr. Jag, the Hungry Hungarian, is leading that one. The Vienna Christmas Market on the 27th of November. We did get a note from...
That's today.
No, it's not.
Oh, you said November.
Yeah.
Oh.
Close, though. You're right. It is a 27th of a month, but not the right month. Yeah, we got a note from Mr. Jag. He's feeling a little down in the dumps there, so just prayers out. Producers, we're going to activate you here to pray for Mr. Jag, and he got the second Moderna shot, and he hasn't been feeling well since.
Yeah,
and so yeah.
Producers, assemble!
And hopefully they don't get rounded up for protesting out in the EU there. I think they're okay.
He's got his jab. He should be able to roam around all he wants.
Not true. Not true at all. You can still get the Delta variant, bro. Haven't you been paying attention?
Oh, I'm just saying.
No.
According to their
R1.
laws.
He's going to get R1. He's going to be
There's only been 2 cases of R1 in 4 months. And we'll pray you're not the third.
Mr. Jag, responsible for making R1 on the list of variants of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas meetup coming up September 20. Oh, that was this past weekend. Oh, that's the note we got to read here. We got a note we got a report. It's not fully complete, but it's from Pizza Rat. Right. And that's the Pikeland meetup. That was over the weekend, and Pizza Rat sent us a note. Well, this meetup was more successful than I imagined. We had 13, including myself and 5 kids/teens. Only thing is no pictures were taken. It was almost euphoric to be around that many like-minded people. It was difficult to stay on task. I'm surprised I was able to have meals ready on time. We did make an audio recording, which Soylent Green OG is going to edit and send at earliest convenience.
Okay.
Another notable thing was the ebb and flow of conversations. We would seamlessly transition from biblical to fringy to mundane. It was so great to talk about aliens, transhumanism, or non-traditional eschatology with others who get it. I don't think I've ever been around so many weirdos at once. It was so cathartic.
Oh, that's great.
Thanks y'all so much for doing what y'all do. Keep it up, and I'll keep praying for Yoons. Is that a new? I'm not up to speed on this lingo here.
Just read the note cards.
There's yins and yoons. There's a second part to the note here. There's a second note that came in.
Yes, let me make a comment first,
all right.
Which is, I think this is an excellent note because he's putting in more straightforward, exciting terms what everybody who goes to these meetup feels, which is, yeah, it is euphoric to be around that many like-minded people.
Yeah.
How often are we ever around people who are on the same page like this? For me, it's not very often.
No.
I'm sure for most people, it's not very often. But when you show up to a Canary Cry meetup, that everybody's on the same page. Whether you necessarily agree about the details or not is sort of besides the point. But if they tune into this show and are showing up to a meetup, you have more in common than not. And, I think it is really cathartic. It's cathartic to even realize that a group of 13 people could come together who are on the same page on as far as all this weirdo stuff. I mean, unless you're going to like protests and things, you're not gonna meet up with this many people. Who are on the level. And so I'm very happy to hear all this, Pizza Rat, and thank you for putting on that meetup. You put a lot of work into that, buddy.
Yeah, reading the note here reminds me of a few moments in life the last few years. Gosh, this is going on 7 years ago now. But do you remember, Basil, in 2014, we were in Ohio.
Yeah.
And we went to a Steak and Shake on the last night, and it was like Josh Peck, Dan Duvall. Who else was there? There was it was just like all these people, and we were all at a big old table, and we're having a great time, and it was a good memory. So it
was wonderful.
It is rare to be in a room full of people that sort of look at the world the same way you do, and especially with this kind of weirdo stuff that we can talk about.
Yeah, we had a couple meals like that. I remember we had a meal with Mike Heiser, and I think Ellie Marzulli was there too.
Marzulli was there.
It was a great time. And
Josh Peck kept trying to look at your license to get your real name.
Yes, he tried to steal my wallet.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, he's a little mischievous dude. Josh Peck.
He's a real rascal, that Josh Peck. So there you go. Anyways, this sums up quite a bit, and he's got more to say. But what he said so far really sums up what I'm hoping everybody's experience is like at these meetups, and that's why producers are putting them on all around the country and the world, is because it's a lot different. Meeting up in person with these people, having a time of fellowship. It's we're doing our best on the online, in the forums, in the groups, things like that. But actually showing up to these meetups is more important than you could imagine.
Yep, and he wrote a second note just to give a shout out to all the people that were there. John and his family are just refreshing and super nice. Very sweet spirit around these guys. Soylent Green OG was a surprise and a total lay Bible scholar. Her mom's real sweet too.
Wonderful.
Gabby L is a truly sweet lady. Last but not least, the famous Marty B was not a disappointment. Super
Marty
cool
B
old
was there.
dude. Yeah. And his grandkids were really astute, intelligent, and seemed like they could teach Sunday school to the teachers. He should be proud. My good buddy, let's call him Zero, is a super lit guy. He wasn't a Canarian beforehand, but he may be joining the tribe.
Wonderful.
Everyone was extremely well-read and knowledgeable of history, current events, the frenzy subjects, fringy subjects, and scripture. A real pleasure to spend a day talking to. Pizza Rat. Thank you very much. Good report. And we'll look forward to that audio version of the report once we get it from Soylent Green OG. But there you go.
Can't wait. Thank you very much, Pizza Rat, and everybody who attended the Pipeline meetup. Very special to know that stuff's going on.
Yep.
And that's why all of you should head to CanaryCry.meetups.com. Find a meetup that's going on near you. If there is not a meetup near you, the instructions are there. Just put one on yourself. Let us know about it. We'll talk about it on the show.
Yep. There's a October 31st meetup happening in Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, Kentucky. Look out for that.
Oh, the R1.
Yeah.
R1 epicenter.
R1. That should be the name of the whole meetup. R1.
The R1 Masonic.
Louisville, Kentucky meetup, October 31st at 6:66 p.m.
That's 7:06 for the lay people.
Mile Wide Brewery, kid friendly brewery. Contact Tony, Awake, O Sleeper, and Rise at gmail.com. Again, that's on October 31st. And October 16th, North Idaho, Josiah is hosting a meetup at Sandpoint, Ohio. And Josiah can be reached at josiahbdyer@gmail.com. All the information and RSVP connecting people points can be found at CanaryCry.Meetups.com. We encourage everybody to go there, check it out, and participate.
Go do it now.
Okay. Is that it? I think that's everything.
I think that is it. Time to wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now suck
Politics.
your blood.
Let's lose some science, baby! Ha!
Aliens. Aliens.
I'm just going to play that jingle over and over again. TheHill.com, California to replace alien with non-citizen immigrant in state laws.
Sounds like a California thing to do.
Yeah. California Governor Gavin Newsom, get out of my way, video, on Friday signed into law a measure that will effectively remove the term alien from state laws in reference to residents who are not U.S. citizens in a response to growing arguments that the word is outdated and offensive. How dare they?
Offensive.
You know,
why would it be offensive? It would be offensive because of the new context of aliens referring to outer space people.
That's what I was going to say. They're removing it so that they can reserve the word, the title, for the biological suits that the demons will possess and present themselves to us.
Really shows this dichotomy of the flip-flopping of language, because aliens just meant people not from a place that are now in the place, and it referred to human beings in a territory that is not their territory of origin.
They're scaling it back so that the word is specifically for
I know.
Those
well, that's
demons.
what I'm saying. That's what it meant to say. Then that was the term that described outer space people just by a secondary comparison. And now we've come to a place in history where the colloquial secondary use has replaced the original definition. Is so and this is happening a lot across the world of dictionary, but this is just a very poignant example of it.
I like how Newsom wins the recall election, and you know he's been doing all kinds of stuff. We skipped the story last episode, or maybe the episode before that, about the $15 billion deal he made. To fight climate change and fires and droughts and stuff. And it was really weird because what wasn't it September 21st or 22nd when fall officially started? I think it's the 21st. And literally that day, or like the day after, thunderstorms, it's like all cloudy, the temperatures dropped about 15 degrees, almost like they flipped a switch and they're like, okay, we're in fall now. Really weird.
Yeah.
While laws passed in 2015 and 16 removed the word from the California Labor and Education Code, the measure signed by Newsom Friday will replace the term in all state laws. Yeah, stay busy, state employers.
Rewriting the entire law book.
Yeah, somebody's got to do a word search replacement.
Of a colloquial change in language is really...
Yeah,
it sounds like a lot, like not the most important issue.
That's classic Newsom. He's does stuff on the edges and thinks he's doing something amazing.
Yeah.
Newsom said in a statement, quote, "As the nation's most diverse state, we are stronger and more vibrant because of our immigrant communities." That's the other thing. They're replacing alien with non-citizen and immigrant. And that's really deceptive because the whole notion of alien means an illegal immigrant, someone who is here illegally. So to just call them immigrants is really deceptive. I don't think that's cool.
Yeah.
And it's a political move to make people that talk about illegal immigrants sound like they're, against all immigration, you white nationalist, conservative, supremacist, whatever.
Yes, the shaping of reality with language.
Quote, this important legislation removes the word alien, which is not only an offensive term for a human being. Is it? Okay. But for far too long has fueled a divisive and hurtful narrative, he added. By changing this term, we are ensuring California's law reflects our state's values. And then talks about some people who praised Newsom and, you know, that's it. There's not much else to it. But yeah, it's just... yeah, we covered the points here. Newsom trying to look like he's doing some, and also deception.
Well, speaking of unidentified flying objects, Gons, I've got this story from thenationalpulse.com. The headline, Biden government, Secret Service, FBI purchased drones from firm complying with Chinese government data requests.
Yeah.
Hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
Yeah.
Welcome to Chinese News. Our top news.
What does he say there at the end?
Our top news.
Our top news.
Yeah.
Despite the Trump administration's blacklisting DJI, a controversial Chinese technology company, several branches of the federal government under have purchased drones. What? Several branches of the federal government have purchased drones from the firm under President Joe Biden. Typo alert. What?
Does not sound good.
DJI Innovations, formerly Dajiang Innovation Science, currently leads the world's market drone market. Why? Why so many typos?
Sounds like an AI wrote this article.
I know. It's just too bad because it's a good story. First catching the attention of the U.S. intelligence officials in 2015, the organization has admitted complying with Beijing's data requests, leading the U.S. Army to ban their use in 2017, citing cyber vulnerabilities. Yes, anybody familiar with drones, whether it's just in like video production or whatever, you would have heard the story back in 2015 where DJI, the sort of foremost drone company, was basically beaming all your footage directly to the Chinese government. The Office of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, in Los Angeles sent a memo stating officials have moderate confidence DJI's commercial drones and software are providing U.S. critical infrastructure and law enforcement data to the Chinese government. Now, America is buying those drones again. And there's a pop-up, and my page is scrolling up at lightning speed, scrolling down, giving the Chinese Communist Party yet another entry into U.S. federal infrastructure. The purchases follow the appointment of two high-profile Biden campaign officials who previously worked for a consulting firm lobbying for DJI, senior spokesman for Biden inaugural committee Matt Hill, and Director of State Communications Mira Bernstein.
Bernstein?
Funny. Following stints at the Global Strategy Group, Hill began serving as the Senior Associate Communications Director, and Bernstein is now Deputy Assistant Secretary for Media Operations at the Department of Homeland Security. Deleted clients list from the Global Strategy Group's website reveal the firm working on behalf of DJI. They got a screenshot here. As Axios notes, the Secret Service bought 8 DJI drones on July 26th, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation purchased 19 drones a few days earlier. In contrast, under the Trump administration, the DHS, the Secret Service's parent agency, asserted that DJI was providing U.S. critical infrastructure and law enforcement data to the Chinese government. The New York Times reported on its 2016 DJI press briefing in China, where company spokesman Zhang Fengxi described how DJI is complying with requests from the Chinese government to hand over data. So there you go. Thanks to Biden, we've got literal Chinese spy drones inside of the Secret Service, ICE, FBI, etc., etc. So that's fun.
Drone strikes have saved lives.
Can we shoot them down if over our property?
Drones.
Yep, not surprising. And is anything going to be done about this? Probably not.
Probably not. The Biden administration is very good at giving China the keys
everything
to the castle
they want.
Here. Yeah.
And Biden, you gonna do anything about this?
Come on, man. Buy a new VR headset. That's what I'm gonna do.
What are you gonna do with China? I mean, they're trying to take over the country. Are you gonna do something? What are you gonna do with them?
Pay them more.
You did say Basil, didn't you? Right?
Basil.
It's Basil. What are you gonna do about China?
Biden, Basil, kind of the same.
Like, oh no, did we work on a bit that I forgot or something? I'm not going to do anything about China. There's nothing I can do.
You're not listening to me because I'm a minority.
Think minority.
I don't know. We just haven't done any Biden. So
yeah, we didn't play a lot of jingles in the first half of the show, so we have a jingle quota to hit at the end here.
Get vaccinated.
All right.
Okay.
What do you got for an NEPHILIM update? Very short, a second half of show. It's a little weird format today, but we're going with it, folks.
NEPHILIM update. NEPHILIM update. NEPHILIM update.
This is ScreenRant.com, and I did want to thank. Oh boy, where are you?
Who sent it?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the. Because I gave him like not a nickname. I called him by this
pseudonym.
Yeah, well, no, not even a pseudonym. It's more like it's just his acronym. But I don't have it here.
Oh yeah, it was MLT, I believe,
or MLC maybe. Anyway, yeah, thank you for sending it to us. Yeah, MLC, that's right. And bringing it to my attention here. This is ScreenRant.com. X-Men could join the MCU, that's the Marvel Comic Universe, as Nephilites, not mutants.
Weird.
Yeah. Okay, so just to set things up, we've been doing a lot of Nephilim updates over the course of the last year, especially, and the point of it has been to see how Nephilim are being framed or portrayed in pop culture, and we've seen it sort of creeping up. They're kind of in a lot of video games and
a lot
that sort
of independent stuff, a lot of sort of small batch entertainment products, but not something as big as the MCU.
No,
that's the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh, is it cinematic? Oh, yeah. What did I say?
Marvel Comic Universe.
Yeah, comics are cinematic.
Sure.
Says here, ever since Disney's acquisition of the movie rights to the X-Men, fans have debated how mutants can enter the MCU. The X-Men comics are a huge franchise, boasting many characters who are already famous and beloved than Iron Man was prior to his MCU debut. Marvel has been understandably reticent to simply drop mutants into existing continuity, but a recent comic raises the possibility that the MCU's Phase 4 could lay the groundwork to introduce the X-Men by connecting them to the Eternals.
Yeah.
Eternals, Thanos Rises #1 is a special one-shot from Kieron Gillen and Dustin Weaver depicting the Eternals' ideological struggle over whether they should be allowed to interbreed. The Eternals are superhuman beings created by the Celestials to safeguard Earth and manage their other artificial race, the Deviants. Though they often look and behave like superheroes, they're actually a complex biological machine, and no Eternal is surplus to requirements. They're all immortal, reborn on death, and their family structures and even personalities are designed to drive them to fulfill their design. Because of this, Eternals don't breed like other species, or at least they're not supposed to. Interesting. The comic serves as an origin story for Thanos, the ultimate project of his father, mentor, and mother, Sui-san, and the tragic success of their attempt to create a true eternal child. This is something Eternals can't usually do, though that doesn't mean they can't create offspring. In fact, Eternals can breed with other species, such as humans and deviants, creating beings known as Nephilites, or, in quotation, enhanced offspring, who are more than mortal, but far, far less than eternal. More than mortal, but far, far less than Eternal. As these comics redefine the Eternals prior to their appearance in the MCU, fan attention is laser focused on those ideas the story brings to the fore. And it's possible that Nephilites are stressed here as the beginning of a plan to merge them with the idea of mutants in movie canon. In the comics, mutants decidedly aren't Nephilites, but rather Homo superior, the next evolutionary step for mankind. But the MCU has a story of fudging this kind of designation when needed, such as when the Collector and Grandmaster were seemingly downgraded from their cosmic role in the comics, or when Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2's Ego described himself as a Celestial. Depicting mutants as humans who gain powers from an eternal lineage would be an easy way to establish the concept in the context of the movies Marvel has planned in the near future. Plus, given humanity doesn't know about the Eternals, mutants could be treated much the same as they are in the comics, randomly manifesting powers in a world that hates and fears them. Turning mutants into Nephilites wouldn't even be a significant betrayal of comics canon. The comics have established that some mutants were known as Chayaraphim. And Nephilims in the distant past, 1 million BC, and even that they are the source of much prejudice against the supernatural back when they were called witch breed. Even the evolutionary explanation for mutation isn't core to the characters, who have also been depicted as the result of radiation, genetic tampering, and even celestial intervention. What it means to be a mutant has been flexible in Marvel's past, and with the MCU now foregrounding the Eternals, it makes sense to merge Nephilites and mutants if it unlocks access to iconic characters like Wolverine, Storm, and Magneto. Whether this is the direction the MCU will choose for the X-Men is still to be seen, but fans will undoubtedly have their eyes glued to the Eternals comics in a continued effort to discern which ideas are there to lay groundwork for upcoming MCU decisions, and which are just there because they make for great comic story. So there you go. They're looking to change, or at least wiggle around the definitions of a mutant and redefine them as Nephilites so that they can enter the MCU. Pretty interesting.
If anybody could pull it off, it'd be Marvel.
Well, yeah. But it's fascinating because Marvel is modern mythology. All of these characters and the stories, it's the same kind of thing as the ancient Greeks had, but instead it's modern, Yeah. So, to include the Nephilim even peripherally as part of the narrative is pretty interesting. Not surprising, because this is an ancient thing. There's nothing new under the sun. Marvel isn't cracking the code of some untold story narrative or anything like that. They're maybe adding some stuff to it that wasn't there before, but you got to reach back into the ancient times if you're going to be cutting edge these days on the front of science fiction. So
yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. And I don't know when they're planning to release this. Surely it'll take a couple of years or something, but they have been sort of playing around with this for a couple of years. And like I said, it really fits into a lot of the deconstruction of Marvel, starting with the modern mythology building. And as we've discussed with what they're doing now with their new animated series, the What If series,
with the Watcher,
reality doesn't matter, and different outcomes and manifestations of the individual characters. None of the details matter, male, female.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mostly the male, female that they play with. But at the same time, same with mutants. Oh, are they mutants? Are they rejects of society, or are they descendants of eternal alien beings that protect human? You know what I mean? It's not just the postmodernism, postmodernism of even our childhood. It's this like postmodernism where it's not your reality is subjective. It's reality is everything and all things at once, and has no firm form to even land your mind on.
Well,
it's very interesting.
It's interesting also because you got to be careful if you're Marvel. Yes, certain aspects of like the multiverse and the direction they're going allows them to be creative with their storytelling and not have to be nailed down to certain, I guess, canon of Marvel, comics or whatever. But also you're tapping into not just postmodernism, but this idea of almost like a nihilism where it's like, okay, yeah,
right.
I like watching Wolverine on screen, but ultimately none of this matters. It's just like, it's interesting because it reflects the reality of what Marvel is. It's entertainment. It's nothing. It's literally nothing.
Right. And another aspect of it, again, like along those same lines, it is modern myth building. It's creating the foundations of reality for the next generation. It's laying the roadmap for storytelling, which storytelling lays down the roadmap of how individuals think about their lives. And at the same time, it's all driven by capitalism because a huge part of it is that Marvel, the only reason they're doing this is because they need to put out as much content as possible.
That's a monetary decision ultimately.
They're in a content economy where, they have to do the multiple universes. The what if Captain America was a girl and was Captain Britain or whatever, and because they have to put out as much content as humanly possible because it's driven by profit motive. So you have the literal structure of cognitive reality for coming generations being guided by massive global corporate profit motives. That's just the world we live in. Not that our childhood is not formed by those same things. It's just different when it's it's just a different world now. It's this worldwide corporate structure, and they are forming the cognitive foundations for not just American children, but almost going to be coming up on 8 or 9 billion people in the next generation or two. So yeah, there you go.
They should do a Captain Nazi.
That's what the Skull Man was. Red Skull guy was.
There's
lots of Nazis in Marvel. It's forming my worldview right now. Oh, I see what you're doing here. Mr. Jocks, our crypto trading hamster.
Yeah.
He's on Twitch. He has a 24-hour Twitch stream.
Oh, wow.
Of Mr. Jocks' office.
Oh, wow. We gave him attention, and he has direct competition for our attention.
Direct competition, yeah.
Wow.
And I'm on his Twitch channel right now. He has, 6,500 followers.
Oh, my gosh.
He's got at least twice as many followers as we do. He currently, now, mind you, it's just a live stream of his office, which he is not in right now. It is just a live stream of basically an empty cardboard box set up for this hamster to trade stocks and crypto. The hamster is not there. There's a little sign here. It says, "Hi, I'm currently taking a break in my main apartment. I don't know when I'll be back. You're welcome." He's not even in the office. He's not trading. And there's 337 people watching his empty office right now.
I'm sure they just clicked in and they're just waiting for when the hamster returns.
I've been here for about 15 minutes and it oscillates between about 330 to 370. So, a hamster gets more views on Twitch than we do.
A hamster that's not there gets more views.
Yes, not even a hamster. A hamster's empty cage has like 3 times as many Twitch viewers as we have and twice as many subscribers.
Well, thanks for making me feel great about everything we do here. On that note,
I'm going to do a Mr. Jocks, but it's going to be a raccoon that I caged from my backyard and taught to live in my house.
You're going to turn him into some kind of magic 8-ball, You just ask questions. You're going to Toss something in there.
I'm going to give him a little room. He gets his own room. I'm going to set up a little trading desk in there, and he'll be the crypto raccoon. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. All right, that's how I'm finally going to make it, Gons. Okay. Speaking of which, just to wrap everything up, we were mentioning how we're going to be like 60 years old during the Robot Soccer League, and we're probably still going to be doing this show. Mm-hmm. I figured out our retirement strategy.
Oh, okay.
In 30 years, we should pretty easily and pretty affordably be able to create very effective AI deepfakes of us, Gons.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think by 60 years or 30 years from now, we'll be able to have a sufficiently programmed AI to where we can retire and our AIs will do the show for us.
It's called a proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have proxy avatars that'll do the show, and we can go out apocalypse golfing or something.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
It's the most realistic outcome for our retirement if things keep going the way they're going. Okay, I'm done. Are you done?
I think so, yeah.
All right. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Remember, we'll be back on, oh, my gosh. I tried to pull up my calendar, and I scrolled up to 2019. Give me a second. 29th, Wednesday. We'll be back on Wednesday, folks, so make sure to tune in then. That will be for Canary Cry News Talk, episode 395. 395. 5 more episodes until 400. Okay, time to get to work, Gons. Yeah. Finally, we're finished with the epilogue of season 1 of Canary Cry News Talk. At 400, we can finally get into the good stuff. And you can be a producer of that episode 395. Dear producers out there, if you've been listening for a while, if you get any value out of what we do, please consider becoming a producer of the show. It's the only way that the show can keep going. It's the only way to keep us free from corporate money and corporate intrusion, and keeps us from having to self-censor. Where else can you get a show of this magnitude that is completely free from any advertising dollars, no YouTube money, no Twitch money, no nothing, folks? It's all produced by you, the producers. And I want to thank, you can do that by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT, or if you're feeling froggy, head on over to CanaryCry.radio.com/support. CanaryCry.radio.com/support. That's right, CanaryCry.radio.com/support. Go there. Just go there now. You might as well. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Donate. There we go. I got it. We made it there. Thanks for the producers of this episode 394, Canary Cry News Talk. That is our executive producer for the day, Scott K. Thank you very much. And thanks to producers Rob, Brian D, Anonymous, Aaron J, Sam W, Sir Samus the Knight of the Fishes, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, JC, Heather S, Sarah P, Giants Bane 16, Brant W, Veronica D, Big Tank, Juan A, Gail M, Dodie the Coyote, Runk Smash, and Ciara. And Jack V needs to be added in there as well. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you to our time stampers, jingle makers, artists, musicians, everybody who puts their treasure, their time, or their talent into keeping the show going. You are much appreciated. Couldn't do without you. But here's the thing, folks. If you want to support the show, but supporting the show financially is not in the cards for you, you can support us with your creativity. If you're a jingle maker, a musician, an artist, whatever you do, maybe you have a pet hamster that you want to teach how to podcast, and you named him Basil. Whatever the case may be, send all of that creative work over to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com. You'll be happy you did, and so will we. It really takes a worldwide network of producers to keep the show going in all sorts of different capacities. If you are a video producer person or a webmaster type person, we got plenty of ideas, and if you're looking to put your put some value into the show, but you don't, if you're looking to do it with your time or your talent, send us an email. CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com. We'll put you to work. Let's see. Other than that, if you can't help the show out in any of those ways, go ahead and share it. Share the show. Share it on your social media. Put it out on your Twitter. Put it on your Twitch. Whatever you do, social media wise, I don't even care. Put it on your Reddit. Come on, Redditors, get to work. Whatever the case may be, go ahead and share the show. We don't pay anybody for advertising, so really, people got to find the show somehow, and there's plenty of ways to do that. One exciting way you can do that is go to a meetup. That's right, go to a meetup at CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Have a live listen to the show there. You can get the gang together, head on down to the family-friendly venue of your choice. Go over to the jukebox, plug in your phone, play the podcast over the loudspeakers in that Applebee's, and suddenly Canary Cry News Talk will be injected into the ears and the food of unsuspecting patrons. That's just one way to spread the show, but you can also let your friends and family know about it. They are just dying to hear about Canary Cry News Talk. They may not thank you right away, but they'll thank you someday because they are waking up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab by the cage, and then you shake the cage.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! Don't ever silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. John, any last words?
Yeah. I was going to say something, and then another thing came into my brain, and then I forgot what I was going to say for the first thing.
Sounds like you need Neuralink, my friend.
What was I going to say? I totally forgot now. It had something to do with the show.
Were you going to tell people to go listen to Ravel? Are you giving the Gon's seal of approval to Ravel?
Well, yeah, I already did that.
Yeah, he's doing it again.
To Ravel. No, but I was going to mention that episode 400 is going to be 2 weeks from today, if all goes to plan.
Oh,
cool. On Indigenous People Day.
Really?
Columbus Day, yeah. The 11th of October will be episode 400. So,
interesting.
11.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. So there you go. Just heads up to anybody listening if you want to plan around it, Gather around your you guys don't listen on radios, laptops.
Well, they might be listening to it in Applebee's right now.
Oh, there you
Whatever the case may be. Thank you so much for listening. Now, and go check out Ravel. A very interesting episode went up this Sunday.
Oh, we're out of time. Sorry.
Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Bye.
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
He's got the solution for the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. Holding on the first string.
the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
This is not about freedom, personal choice.
We're made by the aliens. Screw your freedom. Are you even woke? We need a great reset.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccinations.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!